Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
A book of stars in a world so grim, where shadows fall, but light won't dim. A whispered truth from skies so blue. All miracles begin with you. Lift your hands into the sky, feel the earth and breathe a sigh. The magic flows in waves, it's clear. A course in wonders draws us near. Through sands that burn and oceans wide, a sacred path where dreams collide. Exotic winds that hum and sing the hymn of hope, a golden ring. Lift your hands into the sky, feel the earth and breathe a sigh. The magic flows in waves, it's clear. A course in wonders draws us near. Close your eyes, the stars align. A voice within says all is fine. This song of life, it echoes deep. A miracle unfolds in leaves. Lift your hands into the sky, feel the earth and breathe a sigh. The magic flows in waves, it's clear. A course in wonders draws us near. Lift your eyes into the sky, feel the earth and breathe a sigh. A course in wonders draws us near. A book of stars in a world so grim, where shadows fall, but light won't dim. A whispered truth from skies so blue. All miracles begin with you. Lift your hands into the sky, feel the earth and breathe a sigh. The magic flows in waves, it's clear. A course in wonders draws us near.
Hello. Welcome again to the Finding Gnosis Show, episode 43. I do hope you are exceedingly well. So again, we will read A Course in Miracles, Volume 1. We did about 40 pages yesterday. I'm not sure how many we'll get through today, but we will endeavor to get through as much as we can. Yeah, say hello if you're there. Hello to Marcus. Let me just check what you're calling yourself right now, brother. Marcus Musing, yeah, I saw that you changed it again yesterday. So we'll see how long that one stays for, but it is nice. I'm interested to see how it evolves, if it remains or if it changes. But hello to Marcus Musing, aka Curious Curmudgeon. Hello to Divine Hazel. She's already here and she says, happy to be here. Well, I'm glad you are happy to be here because I'm happy to see you here. Okay, well, I suppose best thing we can do is just get going, really. So, page 41 here, volume 1 of the A Course in Miracles. Okay, and so apparently, guys, just to recap, this is Jesus who is basically putting his voice inside the author of this book's head. And she is basically writing what he is saying to her. So it is Jesus's words. So just bear that in mind. When I'm reading this, it's not me. It's not D&W. It is Jesus speaking to this lady who wrote A Course in Miracles. Okay, I really should remember her name, but I'll look it up next time. I know her first name's Helen, but yeah, Helen something. Helen, thank you very much. I'm not sure if she's still with us, but yeah, I believe this was written in the 70s. Okay. Fear and conflict. Being afraid seems to be involuntary, something beyond your own control. Yet I have said already that only constructive acts should be involuntary. My control can take over everything that does not matter, while my guidance can direct everything that does, if you so choose. Fear cannot be controlled by me, but it can be self-controlled. Fear prevents me from giving you my control. The presence of fear shows that you have raised body thoughts to the level of the mind. This removes them from my control and makes you feel personally responsible for them. This is an obvious confusion of levels. I do not foster level confusion, but you must choose to correct it. You would not excuse insane behavior on your part by saying you could not help it. Why should you condone insane thinking? There is a confusion here that you would do well to look at clearly. You may believe that you are responsible for what you do, but not for what you think. The truth is that you are responsible for what you think, because it is only at this level that you can exercise choice. What you do comes from what you think. You cannot separate yourself from the truth by giving autonomy to behavior. This is controlled by me automatically as soon as you place what you think under my guidance. Whenever you are afraid, it is a sure sign that you have allowed your mind to miscreate and have not allowed me to guide it. It is pointless to believe that controlling the outcome of misthought can result in healing. When you are fearful, you have chosen wrongly. That is why you feel responsible for it. You must change your mind, not your behavior, and this is a matter of willingness. You do not need guidance except at the mind level. Correction belongs only at the level where change is possible. Change does not mean anything at the symptom level, where it cannot work. The correction of fear is your responsibility. When you ask for release from fear, you are implying that it is not. You should ask instead for help in conditions that have brought the fear about. These conditions always entail a willingness to be separate. At that level, you can help it. You are much too tolerant of mind wandering and are passively condoning your mind's miscreations. The particular result does not matter, but the fundamental error does. The correction is always the same. Before you choose to do anything, ask me if your choice is in accord with mine. If you are sure that it is, there will be no fear. Fear is always a sign of strain, arising whenever what you want conflicts with what you do. This situation arises in two ways. First, you can choose to do conflicting things, either simultaneously or successively. This produces conflicted behavior, which is intolerable to you because the part of the mind that wants to do something else is outraged. Second, you can behave as you think you should, but without entirely wanting to do so. This produces consistent behavior, but entails great strain. In both cases, the mind and behavior are out of accord, resulting in a situation in which you are doing what you do not wholly want to do. This arouses a sense of coercion that usually produces rage, and projection is likely to follow. Whenever there is fear, it is because you have not made up your mind. Your mind is therefore split, and your behavior inevitably becomes erratic. Correcting at the behavioral level can shift the error from the first to the second type, but will not obliterate the fear. It is possible to reach a state in which you bring your mind under my guidance without conscious effort, but this implies a willingness that you have not developed as yet. The Holy Spirit cannot ask more than you are willing to do. The strength to do comes from your undivided decision. There is no strain in doing God's will as soon as you recognize that it is also your own. The lesson here is quite simple, but particularly apt to be overlooked. I will therefore repeat it, urging you to listen. Only your mind can produce fear. It does so whenever it is conflicted in what it wants, producing inevitable strain because wanting and doing are discordant. This can be corrected only by accepting a unified goal. The first corrective step in undoing the error is to know first that the conflict is an expression of fear. Say to yourself that you must somehow have chosen not to love, or the fear could not have arisen. Then the whole process of correction becomes nothing more than a series of pragmatic steps in the larger process of accepting the atonement as the remedy. These steps may be summarized in this way. 1. Know first that this is fear. 2. Fear arises from lack of love. 3. The only remedy for lack of love is perfect love. 4. Perfect love is the atonement. I have emphasized that the miracle or the expression of atonement is always a sign of respect from the worthy to the worthy. The recognition of this worth is re-established by the atonement. It is obvious then that when you are afraid, you have placed yourself in a position where you need atonement. You have done something loveless, having chosen without love. This is precisely the situation for which the atonement was offered. The need for the remedy inspired its establishment. As long as you recognize only the need for the remedy, you will remain fearful. However, as soon as you accept the remedy, you have abolished the fear. This is how true healing occurs. Everyone experiences fear, yet it would take very little right thinking to realize why fear occurs. Few appreciate the real power of the mind, and no one remains fully aware of it all the time. However, if you hope to spare yourself from fear, there are some things you must realize, and realize fully. The mind is very powerful and never loses its creative force. It never sleeps. Every instant it is creating. It is hard to recognize that thought and belief combine into a power surge that can literally move mountains. It appears at first glance that to believe such power about yourself is arrogant, but that is not the real reason you do not believe it. You prefer to believe that your thoughts cannot exert real influence because you are actually afraid of them. This may ally awareness of the guilt, but at the cost of perceiving the mind as impotent. If you believe that what you think is ineffectual, you may cease to be afraid of it, but you are hardly likely to respect it. There are no idle thoughts. All thinking produces form at some level, cause and effect. You may still complain about fear, but you nonetheless persist in making yourself fearful. I have already indicated that you cannot ask me to release you from fear. I know it does not exist, but you do not. If I intervened between your thoughts and their results, I would be tampering with a basic law of cause and effect, the most fundamental law there is. I would hardly help you if I depreciated the power of your own thinking. This would be in direct opposition to the purpose of this course. It is much more helpful to remind you that you do not guard your thoughts carefully enough. You may feel that at this point it would take a miracle to enable you to do this, which is perfectly true. You are not used to miracle-minded thinking, but you can be trained to think that way. All miracle workers need that kind of training. I cannot let you leave your mind unguarded, or you will not be able to help me. Miracle working entails a full realization of the power of thought in order to avoid miscreation. Otherwise, a miracle will be necessary to set the mind itself straight. A circular process that would not foster the time collapse for which the miracle was intended. The miracle worker must have genuine respect for true cause and effect as a necessary condition for the miracle to occur. Both miracles and fear come from thoughts. If you are not free to choose one, you would also not be free to choose the other. By choosing the miracle, you have rejected fear, if only temporarily. You have been fearful of everyone and everything. You are afraid of God, of me, and of yourself. You have misperceived or miscreated us and believe in what you have made. You would not have done this if you were not afraid of your own thoughts. The fearful must miscreate because they misperceive creation. When you miscreate, you are in pain. The cause and effect principle now becomes a real expediter, though only temporarily. Actually, cause is a term properly belonging to God, and his effect is his Son. This entails a set of cause and effect relationships totally different from those you introduce into miscreation. The fundamental conflict in this world, then, is between creation and miscreation. All fear is implicit in the second, and all love is in the first. The conflict is therefore one between love and fear. It has already been said that you believe you cannot control fear because you yourself made it. And your belief in it seems to render it out of your control. Yet any attempt to resolve the error through attempting the mastery of fear is useless. In fact, it asserts the power of fear by the very assumption that it needs to be mastered. The true resolution rests entirely on mastery through love. In the interim, however, the sense of conflict is inevitable, since you have placed yourself in a position where you believe in the power of what does not exist. Nothing and everything cannot coexist. To believe in one is to deny the other. Fear is really nothing, and love is everything. Whenever light enters darkness, the darkness is abolished. What you believe is true for you. In this sense, the separation has occurred, and to deny it is merely to use denial inappropriately. However, to concentrate on error is only a further error. The initial corrective procedure is to recognize temporarily that there is a problem, but only as an indication that the immediate correction is needed. This establishes a state of mind in which the atonement can be accepted without delay. It should be emphasized, however, that ultimately no compromise is possible between everything and nothing. Time is essentially a device by which all compromise in this respect can be given up. It only seems to be abolished by degrees because time itself involves intervals that do not exist. Miscreation made this necessary as a corrective device. The statement, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life," needs only one slight correction to be meaningful in this context. He gave it to his only begotten Son. It should especially be noted that God has only one Son. If all his creations are his sons, everyone must be an integral part of the whole sonship. The sonship in its oneness transcends the sum of its parts. However, this is obscured as long as any of its parts is missing. That is why the conflict cannot ultimately be resolved until all the parts of the sonship have returned. Only then can the meaning of wholeness in the true sense be understood. Any part of the sonship can believe in error or incompleteness if he so chooses. However, if he does so, he is believing in the existence of nothingness. The correction of this error is atonement. I have already briefly spoken about readiness, but some additional points might be helpful here. Readiness is only the prerequisite for accomplishment. The two should not be confused. As soon as a state of readiness occurs, there is usually some degree of desire to accomplish, but it is by no means necessarily undivided. The state does not imply more than a potential for a change of mind. Confidence cannot develop fully until mastery has been accomplished. We have already attempted to correct the fundamental error that fear can be mastered and have emphasized that the only real mastery is through love. Readiness is only the beginning of confidence. You may think this implies that an enormous amount of time is necessary between readiness and mastery, but let me remind you that time and space are under my control. The meaning of the Last Judgment. One of the ways in which you can correct the magic miracle confusion is to remember that you did not create yourself. You are apt to forget this when you become egocentric, and this puts you in a position where a belief in magic is virtually inevitable. Your will to create was given you by your creator, who expressing the same will in his creation, who was expressing the same will in his creation. Since creative ability rests in the mind, everything you create is necessarily a matter of will. It also follows that whatever you alone make is real in your own sight, though not in the mind of God. This basic distinction leads directly into the real meaning of the Last Judgment. The Last Judgment is one of the most threatening ideas in your thinking. This is because you do not understand it. Judgment is not an attribute of God. It was brought into being only after the separation, when it became one of the many learning devices to be built into the overall plan. Just as the separation occurred over millions of years, the Last Judgment will extend over a similarly long period, and perhaps an even longer one. Its length, however, can be greatly shortened by miracles. The device for shortening but not abolishing time. If a sufficient number become truly miracle-minded, this shortening process can be virtually immeasurable. It is essential, however, that you free yourself quickly, because you must emerge from the conflict if you are to bring peace to other minds. The Last Judgment is generally thought of as a procedure undertaken by God. Actually, it will be undertaken by my brothers with my help. It is a final healing rather than meting out of punishment. However much you may think that punishment is deserved, punishment is a concept totally opposed to right-mindedness. And the aim of the Last Judgment is to restore right-mindedness to you. The Last Judgment might be called a process of right evaluation. It simply means that everyone will finally come to understand what is worthy and what is not. After this, the ability to choose can be directed rationally. Until this distinction is made, however, the vacillations between free and imprisoned will cannot but continue. The first step toward freedom involves a sorting out of the false from the true. This is a process of separation in the constructive sense and reflects the true meaning of the apocalypse. Everyone will ultimately look up on his own creations and choose to preserve only what is good, just as God himself looked upon what he had created and knew that it was good. At this point, the mind can begin to look with love on its own creations because of their worthiness. At the same time, the mind will inevitably disown its miscreations, which, without belief, will no longer exist. The term last judgment is frightening not only because it has been projected onto God, but also because of the association of last with death. This is an outstanding example of upside down perception. If the meaning of the Last Judgment is objectively examined, it is quite apparent that it is really the doorway to life. No one who lives in fear is really alive. Your own last judgment cannot be directed towards yourself because you are not your own creation. You can, however, apply it meaningfully and at any time to everything you have made, and retain in your memory only what is creative and good. This is what your right-mindedness cannot but dictate. The purpose of time is solely to give you time to achieve this judgment. It is your own perfect judgment of your own perfect creations. When everything you retain is lovable, there is no reason for fear to remain with you. This is your part in the atonement. Okay, we're going to move on to chapter 2 then. Let me just check if there's any comments. Yes, the author was Helen Schuckman. Thank you to brother Marcus there, Marcus Musings. Published 1976, New York, Viking Publishers, The Foundation for Inner Peace. And she was born Helen Dora Cohn, 1909. And she died in 1981. Okay. Right. The innocent perception here. Chapter 2. Atonement without sacrifice. A further point must be perfectly clear before any residual fear still associated with miracles can disappear. The crucifixion did not establish the atonement. The resurrection did. Many sincere Christians have misunderstood this. No one who is free on the behalf, of the belief in scarcity could possibly make this mistake. If the crucifixion is seen from an upside down point of view, it does appear as if God permitted and even encouraged one of his sons to suffer because he was good. This particularly unfortunate interpretation, which arose out of projection, has led many people to be bitterly afraid of God. Such anti-religious concepts enter into many religions. Yet the real Christian should pause and ask, how could this be? Is it likely that God himself would be capable of the kind of thinking which his own words have clearly stated is unworthy of his son? The best defense, as always, is not to attack another's position, but rather to protect the truth. It is unwise to accept any concept if you have to invert a whole frame of reference in order to justify it. This procedure is painful in its minor applications and genuinely tragic on a wider scale. Persecution frequently results in an attempt to justify the terrible misperception that God himself persecuted his own son on behalf of salvation. The very words are meaningless. It has been particularly difficult to overcome this because although the error itself is no harder to correct than any other, many have been unwilling to give it up in view of its prominent value as a defense. In milder forms, a parent says, "This hurts me more than it hurts you," and feels exonerated in beating a child. Can you believe our Father really thinks this way? It is so essential that all such thinking is dispelled that we must be sure that nothing of this kind remains in your mind. I was not punished because you were bad. The holy benign lesson the atonement teaches is lost if it is tainted with this kind of distortion in any form. The statement, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord," is a misperception by which one assigns his own evil past to God. The evil past has nothing to do with God. He did not create it, and he does not maintain it. God does not believe in retribution. His mind does not create that way. He does not hold your evil deeds against you. It is likely that he would hold them against. Is it likely that he would hold them against me? Be very sure that you recognize how utterly impossible this assumption is, and how entirely it arises from projection. This kind of error is responsible for a host of related errors, including the belief that God rejected Adam and forced him out of the Garden of Eden. It is also why you may believe from time to time that I am misdirecting you. I have made every effort to use words that are almost impossible to distort, but it is always possible to twist symbols around if you wish. Sacrifice is a notion totally unknown to God. It arises solely from fear, and frightened people can be vicious. Sacrificing in any way is a violation of my injunction that you should be merciful even as your Father in heaven is merciful. It has been hard for many Christians to realize that this applies to themselves. Good teachers never terrorize their students. To terrorize is an attack, and this results in rejection of what the teacher offers. The result is learning failure. I have been correctly referred to as the Lamb of God who taketh away the sins of the world. But those who represent the Lamb as a blood-stained do not understand the meaning of the symbol. Correctly understood, it is a very simple symbol that speaks of my innocence. The lion and the lamb lying down together symbolize that strength and innocence are not in conflict, but naturally live in peace. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God, is another way of saying the same thing. A pure mind knows the truth, and this is its strength. It does not confuse destruction with innocence because it associates innocence with strength, not weakness. Innocence is incapable of sacrificing anything because the innocent mind has everything and strives only to protect its wholeness. It cannot project. It can only honor other minds because honor is the natural greeting of the truly loved to others who are like them. The Lamb taketh away the sins of the world in the sense that the state of innocence or grace is one in which the meaning of the atonement is perfectly apparent. The atonement is entirely unambiguous. It is perfectly clear because it exists in light. Only the attempts to shroud it in darkness have made it inaccessible to those who do not choose to see. The atonement itself radiates nothing but truth. It therefore epitomizes harmlessness and sheds only blessing. It could not do this if it arose from anything but perfect innocence. Innocence is wisdom because it is unaware of evil, and evil does not exist. It is, however, perfectly aware of everything that is true. The resurrection demonstrated that nothing can destroy truth. Good can withstand any form of evil, as light abolishes forms of darkness. The atonement is therefore the perfect lesson. It is the final demonstration that all the other lessons I taught are true. If you can accept this one generalization now, there will be no need to learn from many smaller lessons. You are released from all errors if you believe this. The innocence of God is the true state of the mind of his Son. In this state, your mind knows God, for God is not symbolic, he is fact. Knowing his son as he is, you realize that the atonement, not sacrifice, is the only appropriate gift for God's altar. There's nothing except perfection. There's nothing where nothing except perfection belongs. The understanding of the innocent is truth. That is why their altars are truly radiant. Miracles as true perception. I have stated that the basic concepts referred to in this course are not matters of degree. Certain fundamental concepts cannot be understood in terms of opposites. It is impossible to conceive of light and darkness or everything and nothing as joint possibilities. They are all true or all false. It is essential that you realize your thinking will be erratic until a firm commitment to one or the other is made. A firm commitment to darkness or nothingness, however, is impossible. No one has ever lived who has not experienced some light and something. No one, therefore, is able to deny truth totally, even if he thinks he can. Innocence is not a partial attribute. It is not real until it is total. The partly innocent are apt to be quite foolish at times. It is not until their innocence becomes a viewpoint with universal application that it becomes wisdom. Innocent or true perception means that you never misperceive and always. More simply, it means that you never see what does not exist and always see what does. When you lack confidence in what someone will do, you are attesting to your belief that he is not in his right mind. This is hardly a miracle-based frame of reference. It also has the disastrous effect of denying the power of the miracle. The miracle perceives everything as it is. If nothing but the truth exists, right-minded seeing cannot see anything but perfection. I have said that only what God creates or what you create with the same will has any real existence. This then is all the innocent can see. They do not suffer from distorted perception. You are afraid of God's will because you have used your own mind, which he created in the likeness of his own, to miscreate. The mind can miscreate only when it believes it is not free. An imprisoned mind is not free because it is possessed or held back by itself. It is therefore limited, and the will is not free to assert itself. To be one is to be of one mind or will. When the will of the sonship and the Father are one, their perfect accord is heaven. Nothing can prevail against a son of God who commends his spirit into the hands of his Father. By doing this, the mind awakens from its sleep and remembers its Creator. All sense of separation disappears. The Son of God is part of the Holy Trinity, but the Trinity itself is one. There is no confusion within its levels because they are of one mind and one will. This single purpose creates perfect integration and establishes the peace of God. Yet this vision can be perceived only by the truly innocent, because their hearts are pure. The innocent defend true perception instead of defending themselves against it. Understanding the lesson of the atonement, they are without the wish to attack, and therefore they see truly. This is what the Bible means when it says, "When he shall appear," or be perceived, "we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is." The way to correct distortions is to withdraw your faith in them and invest it only in what is true. You cannot make untruth true. If you are willing to accept what is true in everything you perceive, you let it be true for you. Truth overcomes all error, and those who live in error and emptiness can never find lasting solace. If you perceive truly, you are cancelling out misconceptions, misperceptions in yourself and in others simultaneously. Because you see them as they are, you offer them your acceptance of their truth, so they can accept it for themselves. This is the healing that the miracle induces. Perception versus knowledge. We have been emphasizing perception and have said very little about knowledge as yet. This is because perception must be straightened out before you can know anything. To know is to be certain, and certainty is strength. Perception is temporary. As an attribute of the belief in space and time, it is subject either to fear or love. Misperceptions produce fear, and true perceptions foster love. But neither brings certainty because all perceptions vary. That is why it is not knowledge. True perception is the basis for knowledge, but knowing is the affirmation of truth and beyond all perceptions. All your difficulties stem from the fact that you do not recognize yourself, your brother, or your God. To recognize means to know again, implying that you knew before. You can see in many ways because perception involves interpretation. And this means that it is not whole or consistent. The miracle, being a way of perceiving, is not knowledge. It is the right answer to a question, but you do not question when you know. Questioning illusions is the first step in undoing them. The miracle or the right answer corrects them. Since perceptions change, their dependence on time is obvious. How you perceive at any given time determines what you do, and actions must occur in time. Knowledge is timeless because certainty is not questionable. You know when you have ceased to ask questions. The questioning mind perceives itself in time and therefore looks for future answers. The closed mind believes the future and present will be the same. This establishes a seemingly stable state that is usually an attempt to counteract an underlying fear that the future will be worse than the present. This fear inhibits the tendency to question at all. True vision is the natural perception of spiritual sight, but it is still a correction rather than a fact. Spiritual sight is symbolic and therefore not a device for knowing. It is, however, a means of right perception, which brings it into the proper domain of the miracle. A vision of God would be a miracle rather than a revelation. The fact that perception is involved at all removes the experience from the realm of knowledge. That is why visions, however holy, do not last. The Bible tells you to know thyself or to be certain. Certainty is always of God. When you love someone, you perceive him as he is, and this makes it possible for you to know them. Until you first perceive him as he is, you cannot know him. While you ask questions about him, you are clearly implying that you do not know God. Certainty does not require action. When you say you are acting on the basis of knowledge, you are really confusing knowledge with perception. Knowledge provides the strength for creative thinking, but not for right doing. Perception, miracles, and doing are closely related. Knowledge is the result of revelation and induces only thought. Even in its most spiritualized form, perception involves the body. Knowledge comes from the altar within and is timeless because it is certain. To perceive the truth is not the same as to know it. Right perception is necessary before God can communicate directly to his altars, which he established in his sons. There he can communicate his certainty, and his knowledge will bring peace without question. God is not a stranger to his sons, and his sons are not strangers to each other. Knowledge preceded both perception and time, and will ultimately replace them. That is the real meaning of Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. And before Abraham was I am. Perception can and must be stabilized, but knowledge is stable. Fear and God keep his commandments because fear fear God and keep his commandments, becomes know God and accept his certainty. If you attack error in another, you will hurt yourself. You cannot know your brother when you attack him. Attack is always made upon a stranger. You are making him a stranger by misperceiving him, and so you cannot know him. It is because you have made him a stranger that you are afraid of him. Perceive him correctly so that you can know him. There are no strangers in God's creation. To create as he created you can create only what you know, and therefore accept as yours. God knows his children with perfect certainty. He created them by knowing them. He recognizes them perfectly. When they do not recognize each other, they do not recognize him. Error and the ego. The abilities you now possess are only shadows of your real strength. All of your present functions are divided and open to question and doubt. This is because you are not certain how you will use them and are therefore incapable of knowledge. You are also incapable of knowledge because you can still perceive lovelessness. Perception did not exist until the separation introduced degrees, aspects, and intervals. Spirit has no levels, and all conflict arises from the concept of levels. Only the levels of the Trinity are capable of unity. The levels created by the separation cannot but conflict. This is because they are meaningless to each other. Consciousness, the level of perception, was the first split introduced into the mind after the separation, making the mind a perceiver rather than a creator. Consciousness is correctly identified as the domain of the ego. The ego is a wrong-minded attempt to perceive yourself as you wish to be, rather than as you are. Yet you can know yourself only as you are because that is all you can be sure of. Everything else is open to question. The ego is the questioning aspect of post-separation self, which was made rather than created. It is capable of asking questions, but not of perceiving meaningful answers, because these would involve knowledge and cannot be perceived. The mind is therefore confused because only one-mindedness can be without confusion. A separated or divided mind must be confused. It is necessarily uncertain about what it is. It has to be in conflict because it is out of accord with itself. This makes its aspects strangers to each other, and this is the essence of the fear-prone condition in which attack is always possible. You have every reason to feel afraid if you perceive yourself. This is why you cannot escape the fear until you realize that you did not and could not create yourself. You can never make your misperceptions true, and your creation is beyond your own error. That is why you must eventually choose to heal the separation. Right-mindedness is not to be confused with the knowing mind, because it is applicable only to right perception. You can be right-minded or wrong-minded, and even this is subject to degrees, clearly demonstrating that knowledge is not involved. The term right-mindedness is properly used as the correction for wrong-mindedness and applies to the state of mind that induces accurate perception. It is a miracle-minded because it heals misperception. And this is indeed a miracle in view of how you perceive yourself. Perception always involves some misuse of mind because it brings the mind into areas of uncertainty. The mind is very active. When it chooses to be separated, it chooses to perceive. Until then, it wills only to know. Afterwards, it can only choose ambiguously. And the only way out of ambiguity is clear perception. The mind returns to its proper function only when it wills to know. This places it in the service of spirit, because it is from spirit that it derives its whole power to make or create. Even in miscreation, the mind is affirming its source, or it would merely cease to be. This is impossible because the mind belongs to spirit which God created and which is therefore eternal. The ability to perceive made the body possible because you must perceive something and with something. That is why perception involves an exchange or translation, which knowledge does not need. The interpretive function of perception, a distorted form of creation, then permits you to interpret the body as yourself in an attempt to escape from the conflict you have induced. Spirit, which knows, could not be reconciled with this loss of power because it is incapable of darkness. This makes spirit almost inaccessible to the mind and entirely inaccessible to the body. Thereafter, spirit is perceived as a threat because light abolishes darkness merely by showing you it is not there. Truth will always overcome error in this way. This cannot be an active process of correction because, as I have already emphasized, knowledge does not do anything. It can be perceived as an attacker, but it cannot attack. What you perceive as its attack is your own vague recognition that knowledge can always be remembered, never having been destroyed. God and his creations remain in surety, and therefore know that no miscreation exists. Truth cannot deal with errors that you want. I was a man who remembered spirit and its knowledge. As a man, I did not attempt to counteract error with knowledge, but to correct error from the bottom up. I demonstrated both the powerlessness of the body and the power of the mind. By uniting my will with that of my Creator, I naturally remembered spirit and its real purpose. I cannot unite your will with God's for you, but I can erase all misperceptions from your mind if you will bring it under my guidance. Only your misperceptions stand in your way. Without them, your choice is certain. Sane perception induces sane choosing. I cannot choose for you, but I can help you make your own right choice. Many are called, but few are chosen. Should be all are called, but few choose to listen. Therefore, they do not choose right. The chosen ones are merely those who choose right sooner. Right minds can do this now, and they will find rest unto their souls. God knows you only in peace, and this is your reality. Okay, I'll just quickly check the comments if there's any. Okay, Joseph, hello there. Marcus Music says, evil does not exist. Good can withstand any form of evil. Ergo, good can withstand that which does not exist. Yeah, it seems that way, Brother Marcus, upon reading. I'm just going to take a sup of drink here, guys. What flavor is that? Apple and elderflower flavored sparkling water. Very nice. Okay. Beyond perception. I have said that the abilities you possess are only shadows of your real strength. And that perception, which is inherently judgmental, was introduced only after the separation. No one has been sure of anything since. I have also made it clear that the resurrection was the means for the return to knowledge, which was accomplished by the union of my will with the Father's. We can now establish a distinction that will clarify some of our subsequent statements. Since the separation, the words create and make have become confused. When you make something, you do so out of a specific sense of lack or need. Anything made for a specific purpose has no true generalizability. When you make something to fill a perceived lack, you are tacitly implying that you believe in separation. The ego has invented many ingenious thought systems for this purpose. None of them is creative. Inventiveness is wasted effort, even in its most ingenious form. The highly specific nature of invention is not worthy of the abstract creativity of God's creations. Knowing, as we have already observed, does not lead to doing. The confusion between your real creation and what you have made of yourself is so profound that it has become literally impossible for you to know anything. Knowledge is always stable, and it is quite evident that you are not. Nevertheless, you are perfectly stable as God created you. In this sense, when your behavior is unstable, you are disagreeing with God's idea of your creation. You can do this if you choose, but you would hardly want to do it if you were in your right mind. The fundamental question you continually ask yourself cannot properly be directed to yourself at all. You keep asking what it is you are. This implies that the answer is not only one you know. The answer is not only one you know, but is also one that is up to you to supply. Yet you cannot perceive yourself correctly. You have no image to be perceived. The word image is always perception related and not a part of knowledge. Images are symbolic and stand for something else. The idea of changing your image recognizes the power of perception, but also implies there is nothing stable to know. Knowing is not open to interpretation. You may try to interpret meaning, but this is always open to error because it refers to the perception of meaning. Such incongruities are the result of attempts to regard yourself as separated and unseparated at the same time. It is impossible to make so fundamental a confusion without increasing your overall confusion still further. Your mind may have become very ingenious, but as always happens when method and content are separated, it is utilized in a futile attempt to escape from an inseparable impasse. Sorry. Ingenuity is totally divorced from knowledge because knowledge does not require ingenuity. Ingenious thinking is not the truth that shall set you free, but you are free of the need to engage in it when you are willing to let go of it. Prayer is a way of asking for something. It is the medium of miracles. But the only meaningful prayer is for forgiveness, because those who have been forgiven have everything. Once forgiveness has been accepted, prayer in the usual sense becomes utterly meaningless. The prayer for forgiveness is nothing more than a request that you may be able to recognize that you already have what you already have, sorry. In electing perception instead of knowledge, you placed yourself in a position where you could resemble your father only by perceiving miraculously. You've lost the knowledge that you yourself are a miracle of God. Creation is your source, and you are only real function, and your only real function. The statement God created man in his own image and likeness needs reinterpretation. Image can be understood as thought, and likeness as of a like quality. God did create spirit in his own thought, and of a quality like to his own. There is nothing else. Perception, on the other hand, is impossible without a belief in more and less. At every level, it involves selectivity. Perception is a continual process of accepting and rejecting, organizing and reorganizing, shifting and changing. Evaluation is an essential part of perception because judgments are necessary in order to select. What happens to perceptions if there are no judgments and nothing but perfect equality? Perception becomes impossible. Truth can only be known. All of it is equally true, and knowing any part of it is to know all of it. Only perception involves partial awareness. Knowledge transcends the laws governing perception because partial knowledge is impossible. It is all one and has no separate parts. You are really one with it. You who are really one with it need but know yourself, and your knowledge is complete. To know God's miracle is to know Him. Forgiveness is the healing of the perception of separation. Correct perception of your brother is necessary because minds have chosen to see themselves as separate. Spirit knows God completely. That is its miraculous power. The fact that each one has this power completely is a condition entirely alien to the world's thinking. The world believes that if anyone has everything, there's nothing left. But God's miracles are as total as his thoughts because they are his thoughts. As long as perception lasts, prayer has a place. Since perception rests on lack, those who perceive have not totally accepted the atonement and given themselves over to the truth. Perception is based on a separated state, so that anyone who perceives at all needs healing. Communion, not prayer, is the natural state of those who know. God and his miracles are inseparable. How beautiful indeed are the thoughts of God who live in his light. Your worth is beyond perception because it is beyond doubt. Do not perceive yourself in different lights. Know yourself in the one light where the miracle that is you is perfectly clear. Judgment and the authority problem. We have already discussed the last judgment, but in insufficient detail. After the last judgment, there will be no more. Judgment is symbolic because beyond perception, there is no judgment. When the Bible says, judge not that ye may be judged, judge not that ye be not judged. It means that if you judge, the reality of others will be unable to avoid judging your own. The choice to judge rather than to know is the cause of the loss of peace. Judgment is the process on which perception, but not knowledge, rests. I have discussed this before in terms of the selectivity of perception, pointing out that the evaluation is its obvious prerequisite. Judgment always involves rejection. It never emphasizes only the positive aspects of what is judged, whether in you or in others. What has been perceived and rejected or judged and found wanting remains in your mind because it has been perceived. One of the illusions from which you suffer is the belief that what you judged against has no effect. This cannot be true unless you believe that what you judged against does not exist. You evidently do not believe this, or you would not have judged against it. In the end, it does not matter whether your judgment is right or wrong. Either way, you are placing your belief in the unreal. This cannot be avoided in any type of judgment because it implies the belief that reality is yours to select from. You have no idea of the tremendous release and deep peace that comes from meeting yourself and your brothers totally without judgment. When you recognize what you are and what your brothers are, you will realize that judging them in any way is without meaning. In fact, their meaning is lost to you precisely because you are judging them. All uncertainty comes from the belief that you are under the coercion of judgment. You do not need judgment to organize your life, and you certainly do not need it to organize yourself. In the presence of knowledge, all judgment is automatically suspended, and this is the process that enables recognition to replace perception. You are very fearful of everything you have perceived but have refused to accept. You believe that because you have refused to accept it, you have lost control over it. This is why you see it in nightmares or in pleasant disguises, in what seems to be your happier dreams. Nothing that you have refused to accept can be brought into awareness. It is not dangerous in itself, but you have made it seem dangerous to you. When you feel tired, it is because you have judged yourself as capable of being tired. When you laugh at someone, it is because you have judged him so unworthy. When you laugh at yourself, you must laugh at others, if only because you cannot tolerate the idea of being more unworthy than they are. All this makes you feel tired because it is essentially disheartening. You are not really capable of being tired, but you are very capable of wearying yourself. The strain of constant judgment is virtually intolerable. It is curious that an ability so debilitating would be so deeply cherished. Yet, if you wish to be the author of reality, you will insist on holding on to judgment. You will also regard judgment with fear, believing that it will someday be used against you. This belief can exist only to the extent that you believe in the efficacy of judgment as a weapon of defense for your own authority. God offers only mercy. Your words should reflect only mercy, because that is what you have received and that is what you should give. Justice is a temporary expedient, or an attempt to teach you the meaning of mercy. It is judgmental only because you are capable of injustice. I have spoken of different symptoms, and at that level, there is almost endless variation. There is, however, only one cause for all of them: the authority problem. This is the root of all evil. Every symptom of the ego makes every symptom the ego makes involves a contradiction in terms, because the mind is split between the ego and the Holy Spirit, so that whatever the ego makes is incomplete and contradictory. This untenable position is a result of the authority problem, which, because it accepts the one inconceivable thought as its premise, can produce only ideas that are inconceivable. The issue of authority is really a question of authorship. When you have an authority problem, it is always because you believe you are the author of yourself and project your delusion onto others. You then perceive the situation as one in which others are literally fighting you for your authorship. This is the fundamental error of all those who believe they have usurped the power of God. This belief is very frightening to them, but hardly troubles God. He is, however, eager to undo it, not to punish his children, but only because he knows that it makes them unhappy. God's creations are given their true authorship, but you prefer to be anonymous when you choose to separate yourself from the author. Being uncertain of your true authorship, you believe that your creation was anonymous. This leaves you in a position where it sounds meaningful to believe that you created yourself. The dispute over authorship has left such uncertainty in your mind that it may even doubt whether you really exist at all. Only those who give over all desire to reject can know that their own rejection is impossible. You have not usurped the power of God, you have lost it. Fortunately, to lose something does not mean that it has gone. It merely means that you do not remember where it is. Its existence does not depend on your ability to identify it or even to place it. It is possible to look on reality without judgment and merely know that it is there. Peace is a natural heritage of spirit. Everyone is free to refuse to accept his inheritance, but he is not free to establish what his inheritance is. The problem everyone must decide is the fundamental question of authorship. All fear comes ultimately, and sometimes by way of very devious routes, from the denial of authorship. The offense is never to God, but only to those who deny him. To deny his authorship is to deny yourself the reason for your peace, so that you see yourself only in segments. This strange perception is the authority problem. There is no one who does not feel that he is imprisoned in some way. If this is the result of his own free will, he must regard his will as not free. Or the circular reason in this position would be quite apparent. Free will must lead to freedom. Judgment always imprisons because it separates segments of reality by unstable scales of desire. Wishes are not facts. To wish is to imply that willing is not sufficient. Yet no one in his right mind believes that what is wished is as real as what is willed. Instead of seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, say, will ye first the kingdom of heaven? And you have said, I know what I am, and I accept my own inheritance. Okay. Just a quick check of the comments if there's any. Nope. Just a quick supper drink, guys. Every system of thought must have a starting point. It begins with either a making or a creating. A difference we have already discussed. Their resemblance lies in their power as foundations. Their difference lies in what rests upon them. Both are cornerstones for systems of belief by which one lives. It is a mistake to believe that a thought system based on lies is weak. Nothing made by a child of God is without power. It is essential to realize this, because otherwise you will be unable to escape from the prison you have made. You cannot resolve the authority problem by depreciating the power of your mind. To do so is to deceive yourself, and this will hurt you because you really understand the strength of the mind. You also realize that you cannot weaken it any more than you can weaken God. The devil is a frightening concept because he seems to be extremely powerful and extremely active. He is perceived as a force in combat with God, battling him for possession of his creations. The devil deceives by lies and builds kingdoms in which everything is in direct opposition to God. Yet he attracts men rather than repels them, and they are willing to sell him their souls in return for gifts of no real worth. This makes absolutely no sense. We have discussed the fall or separation before, but its meaning must be clearly understood. The separation is a system of thought real enough in time, though not in eternity. All beliefs are real to the believer. The fruit of the only one tree was forbidden in the symbolic garden, but God could not have forbidden it, or it could not have been eaten. If God knows his children, and I assure you that he does, would he have put them in a position where their own destruction was possible? The forbidden tree was named the tree of knowledge. Yet God created knowledge and gave it freely to his creations. The symbolism here has been given many interpretations, but you may be sure that any interpretations that sees either God or his creations as capable of destroying their own purpose is in error. Eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge is a symbolic expression for usurping the ability for self-creating. This is the only sense in which God and his creations are not co-creators. The belief that they are is implicit in the self-concept or the tendency of the self to make an image of itself. Images are perceived, not known. Knowledge cannot deceive, but perception can. You can perceive yourself as self-creating, but you cannot do more than believe it. You cannot make it true. And as I said before, when you finally perceive correctly, you can only be glad that you cannot. Until then, however, The belief that you can is the foundation stone in your thought system, and all your defenses are used to attack ideas that might bring it to light. You still believe that you are an image of your own making. Your mind is split with the Holy Spirit on this point, and there is no resolution while you believe the one thing that is literally inconceivable. That is why you cannot create and are filled with fear about what you make. The mind can make the belief in separation very real and very fearful, and this belief is the devil. It is powerful, active, destructive, and clearly in opposition to God, because it literally denies his fatherhood. Look at your life and see what the devil has made, but realize that this making will surely dissolve in the light of truth, because its foundation is a lie. Your creation by God is the only foundation that cannot be shaken, because the light is in it. Your starting point is truth, and you must return to your beginning. Much has been seen since then, but nothing has really happened. Yourself is still in peace, even though your mind is in conflict. You have not yet gone back far enough, and that is why you become so fearful. As you approach the beginning, you feel the fear of the destruction of your thought system upon you, as if it were the fear of death. There is no death, but there is a belief in death. The branch that bears no fruit will be cut off and will wither away. Be glad. The light will shine from the true foundation of life, and your own thought system will stand corrected. It cannot stand otherwise. You who fear salvation are choosing death. And life and death, light and darkness, knowledge and perception are irreconcilable. To believe that they can be reconciled is to believe that God and his only Son cannot. Only the oneness of knowledge is free of conflict. Your kingdom is not of this world because it was given you from beyond this world. Only in this world is the idea of an authority problem meaningful. The world is not left by death, but by truth. And truth can be known by all those for whom the kingdom was created and for whom it waits. Chapter 3, then, guys, the illusions of the ego. The Bible says that you should go with a brother twice as far as he asks. It certainly does not suggest that you set him back on his journey. Devotion to a brother cannot set you back either. It can lead only to mutual progress. The result of genuine devotion is inspiration, a word which, properly understood, is the opposite of fatigue. To be fatigued is to be dispirited, but to be inspired is to be in the spirit. To be egocentric is to be dispirited, but to be self-centered in the right sense is to be inspired or in the spirit. The truly inspired are enlightened and cannot abide in the darkness. You speak from the spirit or from the ego as you choose. If you speak from the spirit, you have chosen to be still and know that I am God. These words are inspired because they reflect knowledge. If you speak from the ego, you are disclaiming knowledge instead of affirming it, and are thus dispiriting yourself. Do not embark on useless journeys, because they are indeed in vain. The ego may desire them, but spirit cannot embark on them because it is forever unwilling to depart from its foundation. The journey to the cross should be the last useless journey. Do not dwell upon it, but dismiss it as accomplished. If you can accept it as your own last useless journey, you are also free to join my resurrection. Until you do so, your life is indeed wasted. It merely reenacts the separation, the loss of power, the futile attempts of the ego, at reparation, and finally the crucifixion of the body or death. Such repetitions are endless until they are voluntarily given up. Do not make the pathetic error of clinging to the old rugged cross. The only message of the crucifixion is that you can overcome the cross. Until then, you are free to crucify yourself as often as you choose. This is not the gospel I intended to offer you. We have another journey to undertake, and if you will read these lessons carefully, they will help prepare you to undertake it. Right teaching and right learning. A good teacher clarifies his own ideas and strengthens them by teaching them. Teachers and pupils are alike in the learning process. They are in the same order of learning. And unless they share their lessons, conviction will be lacking. A good teacher must believe in the ideas he teaches, but he must meet another condition. He must believe in the students to whom he offers the ideas. Many stand guard over their ideas because they want to protect their thought systems as they are. And learning means change. Change is always fearful to the separated because they cannot conceive of it as a move towards healing the separation. They always perceive it as a move towards further separation because the separation was their first experience of change. You believe that if you allow no change to enter into your ego, you will find peace. This profound confusion is possible only if you maintain that the same thought system can stand on two foundations. Nothing can reach spirit from the ego, and nothing can reach the ego from the spirit. Spirit can neither strengthen the ego nor reduce the conflict within it. The ego is a contradiction. Yourself and God's self are in opposition. They are opposed in source, in direction, and in outcome. They are fundamentally irreconcilable because spirit cannot perceive and the ego cannot know. They are therefore not in communication and can never be in communication. Nevertheless, the ego can learn, even though its maker can be misguided. He cannot, however, make the totally lifeless out of the life given. Spirit need not be taught, but the ego must be. Learning is ultimately perceived as frightening because it leads to the relinquishment, not the destruction of the ego, to the light of the spirit. This is the change the ego must fear because it does not share my charity. My lesson was like yours, and because I learned it, I can teach it. I will never attack your ego, but I am trying to teach you how its thought system arose. When I remind you of your true creation, your ego cannot but respond with fear. Teaching and learning are your greatest strengths now because they enable you to change your mind and help others to change theirs. Refusing to change your mind will not prove that the separation has not occurred. The dreamer who doubts the reality of his dream while he is still dreaming is not really healing his split mind. You dream of a separated ego and believe in a world that rests upon it. This is very real to you. You cannot undo it by not changing your mind about it. If you are willing to renounce the role of guardian of your thought system and open it to me, I will correct it very gently and lead you back to God. Every good teacher hopes to give his students so much of his own learning that they will one day no longer need him. This is the one true goal of the teacher. It is impossible to convince the ego of this because it goes against all of its own laws. But remember that laws are set up to protect the continuity of the system in which the lawmaker believes. It is natural for the ego to try to protect itself once you have made it, but it is not natural for you to want to obey its laws unless you believe them. The ego cannot make this choice because of the nature of its origin. You can because of the nature of yours. Egos can clash in any situation, but spirit cannot clash at all. If you perceive a teacher as merely a larger ego, you will be afraid. because to enlarge an ego would be to increase anxiety about separation. I will teach with you and live with you if you will think with me. But my goal will always be to absolve you finally from the need for a teacher. This is the opposite of the ego oriented teacher's goal. He is concerned with the effect of his ego on other egos and therefore interprets their interaction as a means of ego preservation. I would not be able to devote myself to teaching if I believe this, and you will not be a devoted teacher as long as you believe it. I am constantly being perceived as a teacher, either to be exalted or rejected, but I do not accept either perception for myself. Your worth is not established by teaching or learning. Your worth is established by God. As soon as you dispute this, everything you do will be fearful, particularly any situation that lends itself to the belief in superiority and inferiority. Teachers must be patient and repeat their lessons until they are learned. I am willing to do this because I have no right to set your learning limits for you. Again, nothing you do or think or wish or make is necessary to establish your worth. This point is not debatable except in delusions. Your ego is never at stake because God did not create it. Your spirit is never at stake because he did. Any confusion on this point is delusional, and no form of devotion is possible as long as this delusion lasts. The ego tries to exploit all situations into forms of praise for itself in order to overcome its doubts. It will remain doubtful as long as you believe in its existence. You who made it cannot trust it because in your right mind you realize it is not real. The only sane solution is not to try to change reality, which is indeed a fearful attempt, but to accept it as it is. You are part of reality which stands unchanged beyond the reach of your ego, but within easy reach of the spirit. When you are afraid, be still and know that God is real and you are his beloved son, in whom he is well pleased. Do not let your ego dispute this, because the ego cannot know what is as far beyond its reach as you are. God is not the author of fear, you are. You have chosen to create unlike him and have therefore made fear for yourself. You are not at peace because you are fulfilling your function. You are not fulfilling your function. God gave you a very lofty function that you are not meeting. Your ego has chosen to be afraid instead of meeting it. When you awaken, you will not be able to understand this because it is literally incredible. Do not believe the incredible now. Any attempt to increase its believableness is merely to postpone the inevitable. The word inevitable is fearful to the ego, but joyous to the spirit. God is inevitable, and you cannot avoid him any more than he can avoid you. The ego is afraid of the spirit's joy because once you have experienced it, you will withdraw all protection from the ego and become totally without investment in fear. Your investment is great now because fear is a witness to the separation, and your ego rejoices when you witness it. Leave it behind. Do not listen to it and do not preserve it. Listen only to God, who is as incapable of deception as is the spirit he created. Release yourself and release others. Do not present a false and unworthy picture of yourself to others, and do not accept such a picture of them yourself. The ego has built a shabby and unsheltering home for you because it cannot build otherwise. Do not try to make this impoverished house stand. Its weakness is your strength. Only God could make a home that is worthy of his creations, who have chosen to leave it empty by their own dispossession. Yet his home will stand forever and is ready for you when you choose to enter it. Of this you can be wholly certain. God is incapable of creating the perishable, as the ego is of making the eternal. Of your ego, you can do nothing to save yourself or others, but of your spirit, you can do everything for the salvation of both. Humility is a lesson for the ego, not for the spirit. The spirit is beyond humility because it recognizes its radiance and gladly sheds its light everywhere. The meek shall inherit the earth because their egos are humble, and this gives them truer perception. The kingdom of heaven is the Spirit's right, whose beauty and dignity are far beyond doubt, beyond perception, and stand forever as the mark of the love of God for his creations, who are wholly worthy of him and only of him. Nothing else is sufficiently worthy to be a gift for a creation of God himself. I will substitute for your ego if you wish, but never for your spirit. A father can safely leave a child with an elder brother who has shown himself responsible, but this involves no confusion about the child's origin. The brother can protect the child's body and his ego, but he does not confuse himself with the father because he does this. I can be entrusted with your body and your ego only because this enables you not to be concerned with them and lets me teach you their unimportance. I could not understand their importance to you if I had not once been tempted to believe in them myself. Let us undertake to learn this lesson together so we can be free of them together. I need devoted teachers who share my aim of healing the mind. Spirit is far beyond the need of your protection or mine. Remember this. In this world, you need not have tribulation because I have overcome the world. That is why you should be of good cheer. The ego and false autonomy. It is reasonable to ask how the mind could ever have made the ego. In fact, it is the best question you could ask. There is, however, no point in giving an answer in terms of the past because the past does not matter and history would not exist if the same errors were not being repeated in the present. Abstract thought applies to knowledge because knowledge is completely impersonal and examples are irrelevant to its understanding. Perception, however, is always specific and therefore quite concrete. Everyone makes an ego or a self for himself, which is subject to enormous variation because of its instability. He also makes an ego for everyone else he perceives, which is equally variable. Their interaction is a process that alters both, because they were not made by or with the unalterable. It is important to realize that this alteration can and does occur as readily when the interaction takes place in the mind as when it involves physical interaction. There could be no better example that the ego is only an idea and not a fact. Your own state of mind is a good example of how the ego was made. When you threw knowledge away, it is as if you never had it. This is so apparent that one need only recognize it to see that it does happen. If this occurs in the present, why is it surprising that it occurred in the past? Surprise is a reasonable response to the unfamiliar, though hardly to something that occurs with such persistence. But do not forget that the mind need not work that way, even though it does work that way now. Think of the love of animals for their offspring and the need they feel to protect them. That is because they regard them as part of themselves. No one dismisses something he considers part of himself. You react to your ego much as God does to his creations, with love, protection, charity. Your reactions to the self you made are not surprising. In fact, they resemble in many ways how you will one day react to your real creations, which are as timeless as you are. The question is not how you respond to the ego, but what you believe you are. Belief is an ego function, and as long as your origin is open to belief, you are regarding it from an ego viewpoint. When teaching is no longer necessary, you will merely know God. Belief that there is another way of perceiving is the loftiest idea of which ego thinking is capable. That is because it contains a hint of recognition that the ego is not the self. Undermining the ego's thought system must be perceived as painful, even though this is anything but true. Babies scream in rage if you take away a knife or a scissors, although they may well harm themselves if you do not. In this sense, you are still a baby. You have no sense of real self-preservation and are likely to decide that you need precisely what would hurt you most. Yet, whether or not you recognize it now, you have agreed to cooperate in the effort to become both harmless and helpful. Attributes that go together. Your attitudes, even towards this, are necessarily conflicted because all attitudes are ego based. This will not last. Be patient a while and remember that the outcome is as certain as God. Only those who have a real and lasting sense of abundance can truly be charitable. This is obvious when you consider what is involved. To the ego, to give anything implies that you will have to do without it. When you associate giving with sacrifice, you give only because you believe that you are somehow getting something better and can therefore do without the thing you give. Giving to get is an inescapable law of the ego, which always evaluates itself in relation to other egos. It is therefore continually preoccupied with the belief in scarcity that gave rise to it. Its whole perception of other egos as real is only an attempt to convince itself that it is real. Self-esteem is always vulnerable to stress, a term which refers to any perceived threat to the ego's existence. The ego literally lives by comparisons. Equality is beyond its grasp, and charity becomes impossible. The ego never gives out of abundance because it was made as a substitute for it. That is why the concept of getting arose in the ego's thought system. Appetites are getting mechanisms representing the ego's need to confirm itself. This is as true of body appetites as it is of the so-called higher ego needs. Body appetites are not physical in origin. The ego regards the body as its home and tries to satisfy itself through the body. But the idea that this is possible is a decision of the mind, which has become completely confused about what is really possible. The ego believes it is completely on its own, which is merely another way of describing how it thinks it originated. This is such a fearful state that it can only turn to other egos to try and unite with them in a feeble attempt at identification, or attack them in an equally feeble attempt of a show of strength. It is not free, however, to open the premise to question, because the premise is its foundation. The ego is the mind's belief that it is completely on its own. The ego's ceaseless attempts to gain the spirit's acknowledgement and thus establish its own existence are useless. Spirit, in its knowledge, is unaware of the ego. It does not attack it, it merely cannot conceive of it at all. While the ego is equally unaware of the spirit, it does not perceive itself as being rejected by something greater than itself. This is why self-esteem in ego terms must be delusional. The creations of God do not create myths, although creative effort can be turned to mythology. It can do so, however, only under one condition. What it makes is then no longer creative. Myths are entirely perceptual, and so ambiguous in form and characteristically good and evil in nature that the most benevolent of them is not without fearful connotations. Myths and magic are closely associated, since myths are usually related to ego origins and magic to the powers of the ego and magic to the powers the ego ascribes to itself. Mythological systems generally include some account of the creation and associate this with its particular form of magic. The so-called battle for survival is only the ego's struggle to preserve itself and its interpretation of its own beginning. This beginning is usually associated with physical birth because it is hard to maintain that the ego existed before that point in time. The more religiously ego-orientated may believe that the soul existed before and will continue to exist after a temporary lapse into ego life. Some even believe that the soul will be punished for this lapse. However, Salvation does not apply to the spirit which is not in danger and does not need to be salvaged. Salvation is nothing more than right-mindedness, which is not the one-mindedness of the Holy Spirit, but which must be achieved before one-mindedness is restored. Right-mindedness leads to the next step automatically, because right perception is uniformly without attack, and therefore wrong-mindedness is obliterated. The ego cannot survive without judgment and is laid aside accordingly. The mind then has only one direction in which it can move. Its direction is always automatic because the mind cannot be dictated by this thought system to which it adheres. It cannot be emphasized too often that correcting perception is merely a temporary expedient. It is necessary only because misperception is a block to knowledge, while accurate perception is a stepping stone towards it. The whole value of right perception lies in the inevitable realization that all perception is unnecessary. This removes the block entirely. You may ask, how is this possible as long as you appear to be living in this world? That is a reasonable question. You must be careful, however, that you really understand it. Who is the you? Who are you living in this world? Spirit is immortal, and immortality is a constant state. It is as true now as it ever was or ever will be, because it implies no change at all. It is not a continuum, nor is it understood by being compared to an opposite. Knowledge never involves comparisons. That is its main difference from everything else the mind can grasp. Love without conflict. It is hard to understand what the kingdom of heaven is within you really means. This is because it is not understandable to the ego, which interprets it as if something outside is inside. This does not mean anything. The word within is unnecessary. The kingdom of heaven is you. What else but you did the Creator create? And what else but you is his kingdom? This is the whole message, which in its totality transcends the sum of its parts. You too have a kingdom that your spirit created. It has not ceased to create because of the ego's illusions. Your creations are no more fatherless than you are. Your ego and your spirit will never be co-creators, but your spirit and your creator will always be. Be confident that your creations are as safe as you are. The kingdom is perfectly united and perfectly protected, and the ego will not prevail against it. Amen. This is written in the form of a prayer because it is useful in moments of temptation. It is a declaration of independence. You will find it very helpful if you understand it fully. The reason you need my help is because you have denied your own guide and therefore need guidance. My role is to separate the true from the false, so truth can break through the barriers the ego has set up and can shine into your mind. Against our united strength, the ego cannot prevail. It is surely apparent by now why the ego regards spirit as its enemy. The ego arose from the separation, and its continued existence depends on your continuing belief in the separation. The ego must offer you some sort of reward for maintaining this belief. All it can offer is a sense of temporary existence, which it begins with its own beginning and ends with its own ending. It tells you this life is your existence because it is its own. Against this sense of temporary existence, spirit offers you the knowledge of permanence and unshakable being. No one who has experienced the revelation of this can ever fully believe in the ego again. How can its meager offering to you prevail against the glorious gift of God? You who identify with your ego cannot believe God loves you. You do not love what you made. And what you made does not love you. Being made out of the denial of the Father, the ego has no allegiance to its maker. You cannot conceive of the real relationship that exists between God and his creations because of your hatred for the self you made. You project onto the ego the decision to separate, and this conflicts with the love you feel for the ego because you made it. No love in this world is without this ambivalence. And since no love has experienced love without ambivalence, the concept is beyond its understanding. Love will enter immediately into any mind that truly wants it, but it must want it truly. This means that it wants it without ambivalence, and this kind of wanting is wholly without the ego's drive to get. There is a kind of experience so different from anything the ego can offer that will never want to cover or hide it again. It is necessary to repeat that your belief in darkness and hiding is why the light cannot enter. The Bible gives references to the immeasurable gifts which are for you, but for which you must ask. This is not a condition, as the ego sets conditions. It is the glorious condition of what you are. No force except your own will is strong enough or worthy enough to guide you. In this you are as free as God and must remain so forever. Let us ask the Father in my name to keep you mindful of his love for you and yours for him. He has never failed to answer this request because it asks only for what he has already willed. Those who call truly are always answered. Thou shalt have no other gods before him because there are none. It has never really entered your mind to give up every idea you ever had. That opposes knowledge. You retain thousands of little scraps of fear that prevent the Holy One from entering. Light cannot penetrate through the walls you make to block it. And it is forever unwilling to destroy what you have made. No one can see through a wall, but I can step around it. Watch your mind for the scraps of fear, or you will be unable to ask me to do so. I can help you only as our Father created us. I will love you and honor you and maintain complete respect for what you have made, but I will not uphold it unless it is true. I will come in response to a single unequivocal call. Watch carefully and see what it is you are really asking for. Be very honest with yourself in this, for we must hide nothing from each other. If you will really try to do this, you have taken the first step towards preparing your mind for the Holy One to enter. We will prepare for this together, for once he has come, you will be ready to help me make other minds ready for him. How long will you deny his kingdom? In your own mind, though denied by the ego, is the declaration of your release. God has given you everything. This one fact means the ego does not exist, and this makes it profoundly afraid. If the ego's language to have and to be are different, but they are identical to the Holy Spirit. In the ego's language, to have and to be are different, but they are identical to the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit knows that you both have everything and are everything. Any distinction in this respect is meaningful only when the idea of getting, which implies a lack, has already been accepted. That is why we make no distinction between having the kingdom of God and being the kingdom of God. The calm being of God's kingdom, which in your same mind is perfectly conscious, is ruthlessly banished from the part of the mind the ego rules. The ego is desperate because it opposes literally invincible odds, whether you are asleep or awake. Consider how much vigilance you have been willing to exert to protect your ego, and how little to protect your right mind. Who but the insane would undertake to believe what is not true and then protect this belief at the cost of truth? This need not be. If you cannot hear the voice for God, it is because you do not choose to listen. That you do listen to the voice of your ego is demonstrated by your attitudes, your feelings, and your behavior. Yeah, this is what you want. This is what you are fighting to keep and what you are vigilant to save. Your mind is filled of schemes to save the face of your ego, and you do not seek the face of Christ. The glass in which the ego seeks to see its face is dark indeed. How can it maintain the trick of its existence except with mirrors? But where you look to find yourself is up to you. I have said that you cannot change your mind by changing your behavior, but I've also said, and many times that you can change your mind. When your mind tells you that you have chosen wrongly, and this is so whenever you are not joyous, then know this need not be. In every case, you have thought wrongly about some brother God created and are perceiving images your ego makes in a darkened glass. Think honestly, what you have thought that God would not have thought, and what you have not thought that God would have you think. Search sincerely for what you have done and left undone accordingly, and then change your mind to think with God's. This may seem hard to do, but it is much easier than trying to think against it. Your mind is one with God's. Denying this and thinking otherwise has held your ego together, but this has literally split your mind. As a loving brother, I am deeply concerned with your mind and urge you to follow my example as you look at yourself and at your brother and see in both the glorious creations of a glorious Father. When you are sad, know this need not be. Depression comes from a sense of being deprived of something you want and do not have. Remember that you are deprived of nothing except by your own decisions, and then decide otherwise. When you are anxious, realize that anxiety comes from the capriciousness of the ego, and know this need not be. You can be as vigilant against the ego's dictates as for them. When you feel guilty, remember that the ego has indeed violated the laws of God, but you have not. Leave the sins of the ego to me. That is what the atonement is for. But until you change your mind about those whom your ego has hurt, the atonement cannot release you. While you feel guilty, your ego is in command because only the ego can experience guilt. This need not be. Watch your mind for the temptations of the ego and do not be deceived by it. It offers you nothing. When you have given up this voluntary dispiriting, you will see how your mind can focus and rise above fatigue and heal. Yet you are not sufficiently vigilant against the demands of the ego to disengage yourself. This need not be. The habit of engaging with God and his creations is easily made if you actively refuse to let your mind slip away. The problem is not one of concentration, it is the belief that no one, including yourself, is worth consistent effort. Side with me consistently against this deception and do not permit this shabby belief to pull you back. The disheartened are useless to themselves and to me, but only the ego can be disheartened. Have you really considered how many opportunities you've had to gladden yourself and how many of them you have refused? There is no limit to the power of a Son of God, but he can limit the expression of his power as much as he chooses. Your mind and mine can unite in shining your ego away, releasing the strength of God into everything you think and do. Do not settle for anything less than this and refuse to accept anything but this as your goal. Watch your mind carefully for any beliefs that hinder its accomplishment and step away from them. Judge how well you have done this by your own feelings, for this is the one right use of judgment. Judgment, like any other defense, can be used to attack or protect, to hurt or to heal. The ego should be brought to judgment and found wanting there. Without your own allegiance, protection, and love, the ego cannot exist. Let it be judged truly, and you must withdraw allegiance, protection, and love from it. You are a mirror of the truth in which God himself shines in perfect light. To the ego's dark glass, you need but say, I will not look there because I know these images are not true. Then let the Holy One shine on you in peace, knowing that this and only this must be. His mind shone on you in your creation and brought your mind into being. His mind still shines on you and must shine through you. Your ego cannot prevent him from shining on you, but it can prevent you from letting him shine through you. The first coming of Christ is merely another name for the creation, for Christ is the Son of God. The second coming of Christ means nothing more than the end of the ego's rule and the healing of the mind. I was created like you in the first, and I have called you to join me in the second. I am in charge of the second coming, and my judgment, which is used only for protection, cannot be wrong because it never attacks. Yours may be so distorted that you believe I was mistaken in choosing you. I assure you this is a mistake of your ego. Do not mistake it for humility. Your ego is trying to convince you that it is real and I am not, because if I am real, I am no more real than you are. That knowledge, and I assure you that is knowledge, means that Christ has come into your mind and healed it. I do not attack your ego. I do work with your higher mind, the home of the Holy Spirit. Whether you are asleep or awake, just as your ego does with your lower mind, which is its home. I am your vigilance in this because you are too confused to recognize your own hope. I am not mistaken. Your mind will elect to join with mine, and together we are invincible. You and your brother will yet come together in my name, and your sanity will be restored. I raise the dead by knowing that life is an eternal attribute of everything that the living God created. Why do you believe it is harder for me to inspire the dispirited or to stabilize the unstable? I do not believe that there is an order of difficulty in miracles. You do. I have called, and you will answer. I understand that miracles are natural because they are expressions of love. My calling you is as natural as your answer and as inevitable. Guys, we have read 80, so we've read 43 pages today. I think we'll leave the reading there. So, yes, and I'll go to the comments here. And we'll see what's going on. So, Gaia is in the house. Gaia says, what a nice surprise to randomly find a new episode on my birthday, having a cup of tea and enjoying the reading. Welcome, Gaia. I do hope you're well on this day. That may be of importance to you. And I hope that the anniversary of your coming into this world is one that offers you some kind of contentment in this world that can be cruel at times. King Capricornio says the ego does what the heart can't. Yvonne says, hello to Yvonne. It's one-minded scripture. It's pretty obvious they add an agenda. Who pay for that? Whose agenda they try to flatter? They do not mention what God is because they did not find it. They assume by condition. Yvonne says, while you having a birthday once a year, Gaia, I have one every morning when I wake up. It's a new birthday since I die every night. Okay. King Capricornio with his nice emoji there. Okay. Right. A little chit chat there between Gaia and Yvonne. Yvonne, hello. Right, guys, I'm going to get a drink. But what I'll do while I'm going to get my drink is I will play some meditation music for you guys. And I will also add a link so you can come on and chat, okay, when I get back. And it won't be that long. Come on and talk. Okay, so I'm sharing the link in chat. Do come on and talk if you want to. The link will be there in chat right now. And I will let you on in a moment when I get back from the kitchen, where I'm going to get myself the coolest of drinks possible. And I will come back to replenish my personal hydration as a matter of priority. So, guys, the link is in chat. Do come on. I'll put a little note. What I say? Meditation moments. There we go. Meditation moments. And I'll play a little bit of music. There we go. I'm back. So yes, thank you for allowing me a quick hydration break. So I'm back. We have Yvonne here and Grim Opus. I think Yvonne says they're gone for a smoke break. Well, hopefully, Yvonne, that might be one of your last cigarettes and you'll give up the smoking because it is terribly bad for you. But I'm sure you know that. Gaia says they are putting in some eye drops and there'll be a couple of minutes. Okay, brother. And we have Grim here. Hello to Grim. Grim, how are you today, brother?
I'm fine. My advice would be to make it easier to quit smoking. One could try smoking unfiltered cigarettes. Just that makes it a little easy.
Why is that?
Then no, I'm kidding.
Okay. All right. Well, if there's anybody else there in the chat who wants to come on here, please do. It's about 14 watching now. There's 8 on YouTube and there's 6 on x.com. Hello to all the people watching on X right now. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis Show, where we kind of discuss what is going on in this strange existence and we try to find Gnosis. Gnosis is a word that means knowledge. Divine Hazel says, happy birthday to Gaia. And yeah, basically, if you're new here, we're trying to find out what is going on and we explore all manner of things. We allow our thoughts to drift as to what is going on here. And we have been reading a few texts here on this channel as of late. We've read the Pistis Sophia, a Gnostic text that gave an explanatory narrative as to who Jesus was and what message he gave to his disciples from a Gnostic perspective, which is an alternative Christian narrative. And we also read the Tibetan Book of the Dead as well. So a Buddhist perspective on what happens after you die and basically how to escape samsara, the cycle of death and rebirth, so that you can get salvation, get out of here, and go to source, pure love, well-being, contentment, and not have to go through all the rigmarole of suffering. So, Moksha. Hi. So, if you are on Twitter or x.com, do come on. I see Brother Marcus has reposted my post. I appreciate you. And I also see that you've been recently verified. So we are both guilty of giving Elon some money, which I do feel terribly bad about. I don't know if it perturbs you, Marcus, but yeah, it does perturb me. And I'm sure it does perturb you as well, if we're honest. But it does seem that in this world, you can't but give some money to a baddie, no matter what you do. And that's just the way it is. So, you know, why just pick on Elon, you know? That's the way I try to absolve my responsibility for my financial expenditure on evil. Gaia, welcome.
Hey.
How are you, brother?
Doing fine this great morning.
What time is it there?
Oh, what the flip?
Gaia? Gaia?
What happened here?
Can you hear us?
Am I here?
Yeah.
Can
That's right, Brother Marcus.
you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Gaia.
All right. My bad. Freaking alarm went off. Let me disable those.
Okay. How are you doing?
Interrupt. All right. Doing great.
Good. Have you had any have you had any thoughts as to what is going on since we spoke yesterday? Wow, only yesterday.
Right? No, I was curious on your perspectives because today's reading is definitely a lot deeper. Getting into the breadths of the the meat of the text. So
I actually
I'm really
preferred
curious about
yesterday's.
what was that?
I preferred yesterday's. I thought today was
Oh,
a little
really?
bit. Yeah. I don't know
Huh?
about you, but I thought today was a little bit like, oh yeah, it could mean that, or it could mean this. Well, that's open to you know a different interpretation.
I just found it
Um,
interesting because today's reading it seemed to dive more into the ego aspect of things.
yes, yes, yes. But then like, you know, the ego is the lower self, the lower brain. I mean, from my perspective, yes, that is ruling us. That is what is behind things. But if I'm honest, it does seem that everything we do is built on that foundation. And even when we like to think we're not being controlled by the DNA molecule, if you want to go down that low, or the reptilian part of the brain, it does seem that we still are. It's all about survival of the biology.
Hmm.
Now, that's ultimately how I view it, as someone who's, I suppose, somewhat of a materialist.
Hmm.
But having said that, I'm open to other perspectives, but I think it's a stretch to conclude that there is anything remarkable about what Helen has been saying tonight. I did like yesterday's stuff. Okay. Let me try and remember what it was I liked yesterday. I think I liked the message, the central theme of forgiveness, because forgiveness does set one free. I truly
Yeah.
believe that. Today, this ego thing, accepting what is, just I mean, what the hell, what's going on here? I mean, in a way, I liked it because I struggle with the concept of free will. I don't necessarily believe in free will, so sometimes I suppose it would be comforting to think that there was something else driving us, and just
Hmm.
accept that, and that all our protestations that we're in control are just egotistical. And in many ways, funnily enough, I agree with that as a matter of perspective, but from a materialist perspective, I don't think you have to say that from a spiritual perspective. Okay. I can say that from a materialist perspective, that yes, this is a world that is ruled deterministically. Yeah. There is no free will. Okay. There is a chain of causation, and you are fated to be whatever you are, and whatever will happen, whatever will be because of that chain of causation. Okay. And yes, it is a matter of ego to say you have any say in that matter, as in you have any real effect on things. That's an illusion in my view. That is an egotistical illusion. But then again, I must also submit that that egotistical illusion may also be something that saves one from insanity. Because if you start thinking about this, that you have no control and that everything is beyond the pale in terms of your agency, it can be demoralizing, and it
Yeah.
can leave one feeling adrift in terms of more motivation, etc. So I'm actually giving a contrary, I believe, view here, that it might be good to, even though there isn't any, even though free will doesn't exist, it might be good to have an egotistical view that you are in charge, because not to have that can make one feel very perturbed, I believe, sometimes.
Hmm.
I mean, listen, it can and it can't. Sometimes it can be helpful to believe that you're not in control, because I suppose you can be less hard on yourself, and you can also be less. Definitely, what is good about realizing nobody is in control is it does help forgiveness, because you can forgive others easier if you
That's what I
realize
was
that.
going to tie it back to. Is I think it ties back to the earlier lesson of forgiveness, and that
Yeah.
maybe it's not just about forgiving others, but maybe even forgiving yourself for how you react to your sense of ego, or how
Yes.
you
Yes.
feel in life. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yvonne is having trouble with his headset. He's trying to fix it. Okay, brother. Well, I hope that you managed to do that. Yes, I see what you're saying, but what are your opinions then on tonight? Because you seem very enthusiastic about it. I don't know how long you were listening for, but like, was there anything there that stood out to you?
And it's just the ego aspect really ties that it hits me personally hard because I've had to take that message sort of to heart because I actually don't listen to my ego anymore for the most part. Like it'll still be argumentative sometimes, but for the most part I've learned to push it aside and ignore it. I've learned that my ego is an intellectual narcissist, and that's not how you make friends.
Right, but also, can I just say something here?
Yeah.
If one doesn't have an ego, you can make the wrong type of friends.
If you don't have discernment, definitely. No, that's very true. But that's where I think it ties back to this whole the two halves of the brain, the master and the slave, and maybe it's not as black and white as we think. Maybe we can alter the dynamics. If we decide that we're not going to listen to the ego, maybe a different part of our consciousness of our.
I mean, I suppose the problem I'm
charge.
having here, Gaia, is the characterization of ego as wholly bad. I mean, maybe it's just the semantics. Maybe I'm just looking at it too simplistically. Maybe I'm thinking of ego as like the Freudian thing, a part of the brain, part of the identity of oneself, awareness of self. And maybe she imbues it with a different meaning,
So you're saying maybe you view it more psychologically and less spiritually.
Yeah. She imbues it with just the selfish component of oneself.
Yeah. No, that's interesting.
And not just, by the way, being selfish is not always bad either. So that's another thing. She imbues it with the malignant selfish part of oneself, I would say.
Yeah, no, it is interesting. It's almost an opposite of
malignantly selfish.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. You just made me realize that A Course in Miracles is sort of the opposite of Ayn Rand in many ways.
Now, it's interesting that she was also a psychologist. This lady.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. That we're talking about psychology versus spirituality, and it's interesting to note that the author is a psychologist.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that. How these words. I was thinking about that, and I don't mean to discredit the work as I'm reading it, but now apparently Jesus was talking to her and he was getting her to write these things down. But it's just interesting that the words he was telling her were words she would use in her daily parlance,
Yep.
So that could lead someone to say that the words were just coming from her.
Oh, well, that's where there's this whole rabbit hole in the Course in Miracles circles of people that have studied the history, because the original text was written in shorthand. So, it was basically just scribbled out, like emojis. So, and then she had her best friend work together with that and made this little group. And there's all sorts of, these debates online on who the text is really from, like whose ego is it coming from and what's going on. And it's a big part of it, I think, is just people are getting too literal with this stuff,
Well, I'm sure it caused a lot of ruptures in Christian circles because, it's not exactly the Bible. And it seems to invert a lot of the things in the Bible, which is really interesting as I go through it.
Interesting enough, it doesn't seem to piss off too many Christians, because the only Christians that seem to be interested in reading it are the progressives, and the conservative Christians are too busy making moral panics out of everything else in the world.
Right. Well, I imagine when it came out, it was quite a popular book. And
that's probably true. Yeah.
I imagine it got a few angry letters.
No, I bet if you look into some archives of some newspapers in the 70s, I'd be willing to bet you're completely correct.
So Divine Hazel says, with a balanced brain, your decisions are better. Yeah.
Yes. Balance.
I wish I could balance my brain then and make some better decisions.
The lifelong process.
Okay. Grim, are you there?
Yes.
Have you got anything to add at this juncture?
about yeah,
Anything at all.
I guess I'd like to say something, but I'll brace myself first, since
Okay.
I'm experiencing sleepiness. But although I am experiencing sleepiness, I believe my performance can be can still be optimal.
Okay.
I have something to add first about what you said about the futility, believing in the determinism. Determinism, yeah, it can lead to self-defeat, and it can lead to someone. It can lead to someone to not do the right choices, right? And what's the point? What's the point of having the belief if one is just going to screw up, right? And if it turns out everything is going to suck, or one is trapped in some doom, then there's nothing one could do about it anyway. That belief doesn't seem to serve much of any use.
Right. Right. Okay. And what does that? How does that leave you feeling then about the whole concept of determinism, free will, and your agency?
Um, I don't really think about like determinism and, and free will much. I've thought about the topics now, and for the time being, there doesn't seem to be new ways or new subtopics about the topics. If
Okay.
there's a topic I've thought about and there doesn't seem to be much more to think about, then
Hmm.
eventually stop thinking about it much.
Okay. Okay. Marcus Musing says Marian Williamson, author of A Return to Love Reflections on the Principles of A Course in Miracles, a book from 1992, described the course as spiritual psychotherapy. There you go. Yeah, it does seem that way. Definitely, it does seem to be therapeutic to the psyche.
No, I would
Um,
agree with that. I think it's a
yeah,
form of. I think it could be used as a great foundational tool for transpersonal psychology.
yeah, and I'm sure there are more simpler translation, not translations, but I reckon it has been reworked now, rewritten in forms that try and get to the main matters in simpler language, maybe. Because I do think, again, I don't know if you guys think do you think it's well written? I hate to be a Debbie Downer here, but I don't think it's particularly well written.
Hmm.
And I feel really
I
bad
don't
because
think.
apparently Jesus is saying it. So I'm sorry, Jesus. But I do think it's a little bit unnecessarily long again. I think it's just, why are we getting this problem, Gaia? It's
I
not as
like to
bad as
think it's
it's.
inspired by Jesus. I don't think that it was the literal words of Jesus, because
Yeah,
I
yeah,
sort of
but
agree that I think
you
that if Jesus himself was written it, I think that Jesus probably has better writing skills than Shakespeare.
yeah, but I like to think it would be clearer and less. I mean, there's a lot of it's open to interpretation. Now they're trying to say this is simple and it can't be distorted, but I think it can be open to different interpretations.
Oh,
And
totally. It seems
and
to
I
work
also
on the
think
subconscious.
it's a quite a labored read, actually, because it seems to be quite repetitive, even
Yep.
not as bad as the Pitta Sophia and not as bad as the Tibetan Book of the Dead. My goodness me, they were quite torturous at times.
Oh, it's up there with
And
the Bible with repetition, man. I've been reading the Bible this past year, and I started finally going. No wonder all the modern textual criticism removing so many verses when so many verses are repeats of previous verses. I mean, there's full books that have whole segments that are
is that
repeats of
are you talking
previous
about the Old
books.
Testament and the New Testament?
More the Old Testament, but the New Testament's definitely, is has those problems too. You can
Well, I
find,
mean, yeah, I mean, the Gospels, I suppose.
yes, the big time
Yeah,
the
but the
Gospels.
reason they are the similar is because that's meant to be proof of their truth, because 4 different accounts
Yep.
of the same story. Now, funnily enough, there are actually conflicting remarks in some of the Gospels that don't that unfortunately cancels out the other. I can't remember exactly what the points are, but I remember there were overtly obvious situations in some of in one gospel, like say for example, I don't know which ones they are, but say John wrote something and Mark wrote another thing, and unfortunately they were not supportive of each other.
Oh no, that's where if you read it through a dualistic lens, it's entirely contradictory. Even Jesus himself says contradictory statements. He says, you live by the sword, you die by the sword, but he also says, pick up a sword, defend your family, those types of things.
Yeah,
So
that's one of
there's
the problems I had with the Bible is the contradictory kind of remarks that are littered throughout it.
oh yeah, it's full of them.
I mean, it's interesting. I vaguely remember there's 2 stories. The story of Genesis of the creation isn't that told twice?
Uh,
Or
yeah, it's sort of. I think it is sort of told twice. It's one of those ones where it's not a complete repeat. It's altered enough to where
right?
it's the same story but a slightly different message.
Mm, mm. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, Divine said she loved the book there that Marcus mentioned, which is the
Oh, the
Return
Marianne
to Love.
Williamson one. Yeah.
Mm, mm,
Yep.
mm, mm.
Marianne Williamson wrote a Return to Love.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, guys. Do come on here if you want. Divine, Marcus, Yvonne, King Capricornio, whoever else is there. Please come on here and get the conversation flowing. I was listening to something on the radio as I came home today, and it was about pride. And the presenter was asking people,
Pride
what
is
are
in
they?
the movement or the sin?
No, just in general. Like, there's a
Just the
lot of
whole
people who,
overall concept of
yeah,
pride.
the
Okay.
concept of pride and what it means to you, whether one should be proud, what is there to be proud of. I thought it was an interesting conversation because it's something I've questioned, and I personally don't see. Maybe I'm too negative about it, but I find it ridiculous that people are proud of ancestry or land of birth, things like
Oh,
this.
those types of, proud by association kind of things
Yeah,
where it's
yeah, yeah.
not directly tied to who you are as a
I mean,
human.
yeah, it's like a halo effect thing. It's like
Yep.
there are people, for example, who are proud of a UFC fighter
No,
because
I completely agree
he's
with
from the
that.
same
That's
town or same country or
tribalism.
something.
That's not helpful for anybody. That causes tribalism. Yeah.
Are
No,
you
I
proud of
agree.
anything, Gaia?
Am I proud of anything? Oh, that's a funny question, man. Because no, I recently dove into that rabbit hole myself because I found the most interesting thing. I looked up pride between 2 dictionaries, one from a more conservative background and one from a more liberal background. And the conservative one was listing pride, and all the definitions were extremely negative. Even if it didn't directly say it was a sin, you could tell that it was wording that in a very negative way. And the more liberal-minded dictionary was writing it in a much more secular, like, oh, you just did something that you accomplished, and that you have a right to, be accept. You have a right to accept that you did something good. That's a form of pride from that version. So it's a very fascinating semantics.
It's funny because in terms of the political public facing representatives of conservatism, they do seem to be a terribly proud bunch.
Very
Self,
true.
yeah.
Yeah.
Grim, are you proud of anything, brother?
My proud. I think I have slight, very less small amounts of pride, but it's very little, I guess.
What are you proud of?
Uh,
If you don't have to share it, if you don't want to, it's just...
what am I?
Genuinely, at this moment in time, I don't think I'm proud of anything.
No,
That's me. I'm accepting of my
I take it back.
situation.
I take it back. I just thought maybe on a micro level I might be proud of something, but I'm not. No, it doesn't feel like I'm actually proud of anything.
I literally don't think I'm proud of. What is there to be proud of?
That's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying. I view it as an ego attachment. I'm like, whatever I do, it's just what had to have been done. It was just the way it was always meant to have been
brother
done.
Marcus says
It's a
they are
way.
proud of not being proud. Are you talking about the conservatives there, or are you talking about us? Because I'm not even proud of not being proud, but that did make me laugh that they are proud
That
of
is
not being
funny.
proud.
But the way I see it is, uh, being
But
proud could lead. Yeah.
Gaia, are you proud of not being proud of not being proud?
Oh, oh wow, did you just like triple negative me?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
I'm a little too brain dead for
we
triple
found out King
negatives.
Capricornio's nationality. I didn't know that. He is a Mexican. He's a Mexican. He's from
Mexican.
Mexico. Okay, King Capricornio. That's nice to know. I like that boxer Canelo. Uh, he is one of my favorites. So you're from Mexico. Do you live there, King Capricornio, still? So, Gaia. Sorry, you were saying, Gaia?
Oh no, you just threw a triple negative at me, and I was saying, I have just enough brain cells to deal with the double negatives. I don't know if I can go into triple negatives.
Mm. Well, Grim, we haven't had you on here in a while. Okay. Have you
Yeah.
found any gnosis for us, please? In the meantime.
Yeah. I guess the gnosis is that I have no pride. I have no pride in not having pride. I guess that's a double negative. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting, guys, because this book here is talking about what is really in charge is God, and what isn't in charge is the ego. The ego is false. Now, I did say on this channel, and I think a few others have said it as well in conversation, is because I don't know if there's free will, right? Sometimes I speculate that we're living in a big kind of chess game, and because there seems to be this dualistic nature to this reality, sometimes it feels like there are good and evil forces controlling us and moving us around on the metaphorical chessboard, you know. And it's like this weird battle between good and evil in the universe, or whatever this existence is. And like, your thoughts are literally not even your own. It's either a good thought or an evil thought, and it's trying to direct you to do something. It's like this massive galactic battle, as it were, and you are the pawn. What do you think of that, Gaia?
Hmm.
Um.
I would say it's a dance, if it has to be, described in such violent terms, maybe it's a violent dance, but it's a dance nonetheless. I used to view life in those ways where it was this giant war, this conspiracy or whatever. But, now I'm like, it's so much more complex than that. We can't reduce God to our level of ethics.
What about you, Grim?
What was the question again?
Do you sometimes feel like your thoughts are coming from somewhere else, like like, as in, like, there is like some spiritual force giving you thoughts, good and evil?
Yeah, I wanted to answer a more interesting way, I guess, since this is supposed to be one of those streams. But I don't. But I should just say that I don't have any of that. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
on the other side to that, that is just me speculating on what might be occurring. Most of the time, like 99% of the time, I'm thinking, yeah, my thoughts are just coming from my subconscious, because it's the reptilian part of me going, you're hungry, You know, you're feeling threatened here. You got to do something. You got to protect yourself. You got to defend yourself. You got to attack. You got to run away. You got to get a shag. You got to get some. You got to get food. You know, you're hot, you're cold, whatever it is. But you know, it
That
is
order,
interesting.
in that
Sorry,
order.
in that
But
order. Sometimes I
yeah,
suppose. Sometimes I suppose. Now, what I'd like to do here, because I know this is interesting, because I believe Grim, you're an atheist, right? Grim,
yes,
you identify as an atheist, is that
yes,
right? And we have Gaia here.
yes.
Gaia, what do you identify as?
I'm a trans-dual trans-theist.
Can you explain to us again what that means? Because that is something you brought up in a previous stream. But
Yeah.
you will forgive us, I'm sure.
Oh,
You're that
no, of course.
charitable.
Yeah. Yeah, so
What does
let
it
me start
mean?
with an easier one. The transtheism is a little easier to describe. Transtheism is basically the belief that uh, that that infinite God, the one true God is that all the other gods emanate through him. You know, it's not this hierarchy of that these Greek deities are less than God. You know, we don't need to put hierarchies because it's all emanations of the transcendent divine nature. You know, it's all God. So a minor God is just as powerful as the singular most powerful God because it is all aspects of that powerful God. So that's transtheism.
Are they just like archetypes? Are they actual gods, or are they just human creations? Like human just
That's a really interesting question because it would depend on who you'd ask. You know, a Buddhist would say, that the gods you're talking about, are just, human ancestors that have reached nirvana. But, a Hindu would say that those gods you're talking to are the devis and, the all the deities that we, communicate with and worship. So it's a very interesting perspective. So,
yeah. But I'm asking you, Gaia.
yeah, yeah. So
What
what
do
was the
you think?
question?
The question is, these you're saying all gods come from the one source, but I'm asking
Yeah.
you, do those you mentioned, for example, the Greek gods like Mars,
Yeah.
Mercury, and all these like Zeus and all that?
Yep.
Um, don't you do you think that these things are just manifestations of a human mind? They're just archetypes of some desire to have a power over us that protects us or drives us, and they're not really there.
I believe that there is a metaphysical construct that is illusionary, in nature. But I also do believe that there is some reality where they exist, and that there's an interplay between that.
Okay, can you go in a little bit more into how that manifests, and also what is above that? Because you're saying they come from the source, but they don't exist, but they come from the source. Now you've it seems to be that there's a contradiction there, because you said you've admitted they come from human minds, but also you're saying they come from the source, which is God. So
Well, that's where I'm saying that if humans come from God, and gods come from God, that the Greek gods were barely of any station higher than humans, because we are all aspects of the transcendental God, you know.
they had human passions.
Yes, exactly. No, that's a perfect thing to nail down. The singular God isn't limited by these human dynamics of family and emotional responses and these dynamics that the minor gods do.
Yes, some people do believe that God is the source of truth. I mean, yeah, that is an argument they have. Do you believe that? I mean, obviously, Helen, is it Schuckman? Is that the lady who wrote this book? What? How do you say it again? The lady that wrote A Course in Miracles. That's what she believes. Truth
Yep.
comes from God. Truth is divine. There is only truth. Um, now, I mean, she's been saying that all through this book. As of yet, the only truth I can see is that she's saying that all there is love. Okay, that's all that there is love. Now, I'm struggling with that, because if there's only love, why are we here? And but
Yep.
that's because we fell, we chose to be. But clearly, if we chose to be something else, then whatever we chose to be is powerful, because it must be, in effect, something that is comparable to God, to love as an effect, as in like contrastable. Anyway, it may
Yeah.
not be comparable in that it's not equal to, but it can be contrasted with. So that would seem to give it some mode of realism.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The fact that it can be contrasted with.
Interesting stuff. No, I think it's interesting
We are
because
here because of WOV. Yes. WOV and WOV a curry out and a few glasses of wine, maybe a few beers and a spliff. That's why we're here. And 2 bare buttocks under a pale moonlight, with the curtains open at 1 a.m. 9 months before we were born. Gaia, I want you to now try your best. If you feel it's important, first of all, do you feel it's important to bring people to God?
do I feel it's important to bring people to God? I think that for the most part, we don't have to concern ourselves with the idea of proselytization of shoving our viewpoints in others, because I think God is gonna reach them in their own time. But at the same time, I do view that if we can help out in that process in a non-judgmental and ethical way, that it is our imperative to help share that.
So basically, what I'm getting there is that you might believe in reincarnation because you don't think there's any necessity to hurry matters, because people will have a chance at some point due to coming back again and again, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But even I'm saying, even if there wasn't reincarnation, I think for the most part, like when I found my faith, it was literally I just prayed to the deity Metatron, who I met on one of my previous journeys, explaining why did I have this, experience, help me understand. And that wasn't, just God saving me, and that wasn't just me saving
Excuse me,
myself. It was a relationship.
Guy,
It was both of us.
did you say Metatron? Forgive me,
Yes,
but
Metatron.
it sounds like a children's program that was on in
Oh no,
my
yeah.
childhood.
Everybody that doesn't know Metatron brings it up.
It sounds like a transformer or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody brings up the Transformer.
Oh, there was actually a transformer called Metatron? Right, okay.
No, there's a Transformer called Megatron.
Okay.
And everybody flips that one word and ends up. It's funny.
It's funny how I had no. It's funny how you just remember things, isn't it, from your childhood, and I mean, it just pops into your consciousness, something that you watch,
Oh no, there's definitely something spiritual at play, because I've been seeing people that are actually genuine about their curiosity about Metatron, talking about the Transformers. So I know it's not all just people joking around.
How does Gaia approach ethics, and how do we determine what is ethical or not?
That is like the ultimate ethical question. Way to try to stymie somebody.
What is your personal framework in that regard?
Ooh, that is fascinating, because there's two sides of that. There's my personal ethics, and there's sort of the baseline ethics of the faith I've found. And the baseline ethics of the faith I've found, I've realized that they can be warped into horrible things. So I sort of have to take it upon myself to make sure that this doesn't happen, and to just try to do my damn best to study ethics and study different cultures and understand this mess that we're in.
What would it come down to then? Is it like the golden rule? I mean, what do you follow?
Yeah, no, the golden rule is definitely a good one. That's definitely a good one. I in all honesty, I don't know exactly what I follow. I guess I just listen to my soul now that I don't listen to my ego. I just follow the logos and follow my path.
I've got to be honest. I don't know. I just follow my heart. And that sounds insane to some people.
No, that makes complete sense. If you have not hardened your heart, then your heart is definitely wise enough to be leading you on these manners.
But it is problematic all the same.
Yes, very. That's where I'm saying that ethics is not,
But having
it's a
said that,
practice.
one has to forgive oneself, because if you
Yep.
analyze things, nothing is free of problems.
Oh, exactly. Nothing's free of consequence. That's where.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen A Good Place? The Good Place?
No.
No. Okay. It's freaking just pop culture galore when it comes to all this Gnosticism and views on how you live life. And there's a character in it that's a ethicist, and I often like to say that yeah, I'm basically him because this guy literally he never lived his life and until he died and went up to heaven, and even in heaven he's still trying to figure out how the heck do we be good to each other.
Yeah. Yeah. Divine Hazel says love is the only answer in all things. What is love, Divine Hazel? And what was I going to say? The lady here, Helen Shukman, or whatever her name is, that wrote this book, really going to have to. Can someone help me out in the comments? Helen Shukman. Oh, I did get it right. She mentions love is all there is, but what is love? I mean, what is love? Is it? I suppose she did mention it's acceptance of others. That was one fundamental point that she made in the writing tonight.
Yep.
That's good. That's a good point. That's a good starting point. Acceptance of others as they are, as where and where they are on their journey, I suppose, where they're coming from. I mean, if you first of all accept no one has real authorship of their life, yeah, that they are not in charge, then you have to kind of accept them as they are, pity them, for they know not what they do sometimes, as in like they aren't really in charge,
Yep.
and they're corrupted beings in some way as well. Love, see yourself in them, I suppose. See the humanity in them. See their vulnerability. See the potential. I suppose love is just is a feeling of wanting the best for someone, right? Is that what it is?
No, that's a pretty good. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm going with it.
Love is wanting the best for someone else.
Yep.
But what is the best?
Seriously.
You
No,
could go.
that's
We could talk all night because there are no real good answers to the things we bring up, unfortunately.
well, I love that topic, that topic about, what is love, because, the Greek society, they had like 8 different words for love, and they,
Yeah.
classified them all. And it was brilliant work that they did. And
Mm.
now the modern world seems to only recognize one word for love, and that's love. And they they don't understand it because of that.
Which is a little bit weird, and I'm surprised that like some marketing guru hasn't come up with like an advertising campaign to sell cards based on different forms of love.
Oh yeah, no, not definitely. That's what I'm saying. It's freaking, and also the other half of that is that love and hate are 2 sides of the same coin. They're interconnected and inseparable, like so
Mhm.
how the hell do we figure that out? If love and hate are intimately interconnected, how the hell do we sort it out? How do we know, one person's hate might be another person's love, How do we figure that out?
Marcus says his heart tells him to feed his cats canned fish. I think he's channeling chickpea there. Don't tell Vegan Equilibrium. So Yvonne says, well, the golden rule, no one can apply it because it's too hard to do the right thing, even if the thing is a bad one. Yvonne says, love is for oneself if you can find it. You care about others. It's more proper, like caring for a garden. You do not love the garden, you care for it. Love is so easy, just not at the right place. Divine Hazel says, we were created by the one and only true God of love. I still don't understand it, Divine. But then it did say tonight, there was some elements of this text so far that said it's beyond, we have to surrender. It was a little bit like the whole Job thing in the Bible. Tonight, there was a little bit of, you got to surrender to it because your ego is basically telling you not to surrender to it.
No, I find that very true just reading in general, that when you attach your ego or your personality to what you're reading, you tend to read into things the way you want to, or, you put all these biases and you just fog up the whole freaking field, You can't look at it from all the different perspectives. You can't look at it the way it was written, the perspective of the author. You can't look at it from the perspective of the culture. You can't do any of that.
Right. I see. Guys, anybody else want to come on here now and help us find Gnosis? The link is in chat. Do come on. Yeah. I'm getting accused of being angry again. This seems to be a very, very unfortunately chronic theme amongst my commenters, that they see me as an angry entity. So I have to work on trying to exude inner peace.
Taking straight edge, literally.
Yvonne says there is no equality, only balance. Okay. Right, guys. Grim, you've been very quiet. Do you feel compelled to imbue us with any of your thought? Grim is remaining quiet, but that's okay.
Maybe he fell asleep.
Maybe he's mastering his ego. He's saying like all his desires to utter something are just matters of his delusional ego. Beyond, truth is beyond any need to speak it. It just is. Oh dear. Goodness. What is going on?
Of truth.
Sanctuary is here. Brother Sanctuary is here. Good to have you here, Sanctuary. You coming on? Sanctuary says hi, D&W. Hi, everyone. Hey, Divine. Sanctuary, be good to have you on the show, bro. The link is in chat there. I think it's pinned. Is it pinned? I hope so. Did I pin it? No, I'll pin it now, though. Sorry about that, guys. I'm telling you to come on, and I didn't even pin it. No goodness me. What an amateur.
Frickin' technology, man. Frickin' technology.
Well, I'm just going to share it now. Don't worry. There you go. There you go. Pin this message, baby. There we go. And Sanctuary says he'll come on in a bit. He's listening while he cooks. Okay. Right. Well, we look forward to that. So, anything to add then in this moment of time? Time is an illusion, by the way. Time and space aren't even here. They exist temporarily, apparently. But they... what did she say about time and space again, Gaia? Can you remember? Something about time doesn't really exist?
Oh, I don't remember them saying anything about time and space. I remember them saying that equality.
Time is a tool. That was it. Yvonne has hit the nail on the head. Time is a tool, but it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist beyond this reality.
It's a metaphysical tool. There you go.
It's a tool, but it doesn't exist beyond this reality.
Yep.
Maybe reviewing some philosophy might be useful. Yes, we'll have to do that definitely. Just not tonight, Marcus, but we should. And any recommendations you'd like to put in the pipeline, please do. We'll get this out of the way, and then we'll do some philosophy. We'll get this A Course in Miracles out of the way, and then we might do some philosophical reading. Why not? So Divine says her internet connection has not been in love at all at the moment. Sorry to hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Frickin'
So yeah. Yvonne says, because everything happens all at once in this stasis that we call home.
Ooh, I like that. No, I that's sort of the way I view time. Like I'm like there is no beginning; it's all beginnings.
Yeah, I mean, personally, some people believe that in a block universe theory, where the past, the present, the future, it just all happens at once.
Yep.
And I intuitively, I just feel that's wrong. Now, I can't say I can't prove it. That's just my intuition. My intuition might be wrong, but I kind of vibe with the growing block universe.
It's funny.
That
Many of the things the block universe vibe with me, but the name just sticks out with me, and I go, it doesn't make sense because I'm using so many higher dimensional models to where something can't be limited into some cube or a box. That's 3 dimensional, man.
right, right,
I'm
right,
escaping the black box. I'm not limiting myself in it. So why the hell is this theory called the box universe?
right. Okay, guys, we're waiting for newcomers to come and keep the conversation going. And thank you to recent subscribers. We've got a few tonight, so that's nice. If you're here, do say hello. Don't be shy.
Yeah,
And
it's like
thank you also to the members who are helping fund the stream. You know, the subscription to StreamYard, etc., and Twitter. Appreciate you. Sorry, Grim. What did you say?
you have you're getting a completely new fan base now. Before there were the philosophical pessimists and also the trolls, stuff like that, and now it's the people in the spiritual communities. I find it
Well, I
interesting.
mean, I think it's just people who are trying to figure out what's going on, you know, and admitting like honestly that we don't know what's going on, and that's okay, you know.
Yeah, that's okay. I just found it slightly interesting,
Mm.
the change in the crowd. That's all.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. How do you feel, Grim, to let go of attachment to ideologies and just accept you don't know what's going on? Because it to me it is both liberating and frightening, and
But
it seems both right and wrong.
I take a stance that's opposed to that. That I believe people have the belief that they know some things that's going on, right? And maybe one doesn't know it all, and there's so one would also have to do a lot of objective reasoning.
Yeah.
Too. One can't if one requires total evidence to have a belief for something, then
It's
then
not going to
there
happen.
goes speculation
It's
and
also,
pondering out
it's
of the
also,
window.
it's also, you won't be able to get complete evidence on anything, will you? Because,
Yes, and in order to get the most complete evidence, one would have to use motivated reasoning a lot of the time to try to prove
mm,
something to be right or wrong,
mm, mm.
even if one doesn't have evidence.
Right, 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 right.
But
So, sorry, go ahead, Grim.
uh, yes, yeah, but you always say, maybe not always, but every time on the stream you say you have no idea what's going on. But I believe that's wrong. I think you have some idea.
Why do you say that, Grim?
You're you're able to you're able to you're saying you don't know anything for certain. What about your language? That your even your ability
Um,
to speak?
it's a little bit more nuanced than that. When I say I don't know what's going on, I'm saying I don't know what I'm talking existentially. Okay. I have no idea
Maybe,
what this existence is, how it came to be, where we're going. I have no idea about the actual fundamental basis of reality. And consciousness. I have no idea, in truth, what exists and what doesn't exist. I just have a perception, right? That I think I can test and do all these things with, but at the end of the day, it's just a perception. So sorry, Divine, what did you say?
I haven't said anything yet. Hello.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
Hey,
Marcus comes in, hits us hard with giving differences in reasoning. Is what is reasonable necessarily true?
most often not.
Well, I mean, it's I suppose what is reasonable is one's best grasp at something, isn't it? But that is open to interpretation of the person who is reasoning, and not everybody has the same reasoning ability or methodology. Uh, Marcus, I don't know if I'm making sense there, but you're obviously a man of great, philosophical thought. So it'd be interesting for you to come on it and give your opinions on it, please, if you can. Divine, have
Yes.
do you feel compelled to say anything?
Well, of course, it's not going to be in alignment with what everyone thinks. And saying that, I really don't care. And no, I'm not angry. So here we go. I believe that we are here for a reason. And once you realize what the reason is, then your life is easier. We are here on a mission to ascend and evolve the way this world is and to make it a better place. And then I don't know after that.
Forgive me, but do we have such powers?
Yes.
I mean,
Because to ascend and evolve doesn't take anything but doing so.
it does seem divine that the major religions I'm aware of, the Abrahamic ones especially, involve a submission to a higher power and accepting that is in control, and accepting it wants you to live in according with a way of it wants you to live in a certain manner. Okay. That does seem to be the centralized message in the Abrahamic faith. The Buddhist perspective is somewhat similar in that it believes that there is a certain way of living as well.
Okay, now.
Now the way of living in these religions, okay,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about Hinduism, but I'm
word.
going to say Hinduism probably has some kind of Buddhist, because Buddhism, if I'm right, came from Hindus who kind of veered off, right? Anyway, there seems to be a view that we are meant to live in a way in this world that is pleasing to our spiritual nature, okay? That is in accordance with our spiritual nature. Now, you seem to be divine. I don't quite know what you're saying, because in Abrahamic religions and in Buddhist ideas, this world isn't really good enough and it can't be fixed by us. Okay, but you seem to think that we can fix it.
I come from the standpoint that we're not supposed to be following religions. Okay? That's where we come from. It has nothing to do with anything else but that. Once you follow religions, you fall into that dark trap of what everyone falls into, and everyone thinking they're wrong in this and wrong in that, and the religions follow different gods and so forth and so on. Keep it simple.
Yeah, but I'm just pointing out the kind of major point of contention between you and religion. Now, you are obviously anti-religion. But you seem, religion says we can't do nothing about this world. Ultimately, God is God, or is in charge, or even that it is samsara and we have to get out of here and not come back. Ultimately, that is the goal, right?
I prefer to call him the creator of all that is. The God that most people talk about is that asshole God in the Bible, and he's not the one that has the answers.
Divine, I'm just saying, tonight you made an interesting statement. You said we can fix the world. And I'm asking you, really? Do you truly believe we can fix
Individually, each one of us, being in our highest and best, would be an asset to the world. If you sit there and you have all these distractions, devices, crazy ways of interacting with others, those are going to cause contention. Obviously, you're not going to be in your highest and best at that point. So, I mean, each one of us can do what we can do to add to the whole, and that will bring the actual ascension and the evolution, as well as the love, back into the earth where it belongs.
Okay, so
I think I get what.
this is.
I think
I understand.
you
I
go.
understand what she's saying.
I don't explain things very well, and that's okay.
You do, Divine. But and by the way, I'm not criticizing you. I'm just interested in your perspective because it is different, obviously, to the mainstream narrative. Now, what I in kind of theological terms, religious terms. Now, Divine. The point is, you seem to have a belief that this material realm can be ascended somehow by us. As in, we can fix this material realm, ourselves, and you think that's a worthwhile endeavor.
Yes, I do. And it's also going to take a lot of people really making an effort not to stay in their whatever they're doing this week. I mean, everyone has their thing that they do. All this pretense and craziness that they, and in the yeah, exactly. And then once you start going through all that and you pop all that stuff and you realize that, you know, we all put our pants on the same way and our shit all stinks, guys.
Right? All the soap is water. We're all part of the same thing. Yep.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, but that's, you know.
So forgive me, now I'm just trying to get to what I think is interesting. You're saying that we can fix this reality. Now, if you look at science, for example, Divine, they say that we live in an entropic universe and the universe is going to like suffer some kind of heat death and basically everything's going to turn to shit, right?
Yep.
When you say we can fix this world and we can fix reality, do you think we can overcome the physical laws of nature, or do you believe those laws of nature?
Well,
by the way, do you see them? Do you see them as laws of nature? You wouldn't refer to them as laws of nature.
No, I don't actually believe that anything that the world creates as what it does, the powers that be or so whatever. I don't think they have control of the world. I just think that they love intimidating people and making people think they have control over the world.
So my point is, the point here, Divine, is you don't believe there is going to be an end to the universe.
Absolutely not, because why in the hell would he have sent us down here to do all the things that we have to do in order to raise the vibration of the earth plane if he has every intention on not allowing it to continue? I mean, that's a complete waste of time, money, and energy.
Divine, I'm not condemning you because you're entitled to your opinion, but you do reject the modern day scientific view that the earth is going to come to an end.
Correct.
You reject the view that the sun will start expanding as it is going to die into kind of a red dwarf, and it will swallow up the earth, melt it, and make it disappear. You reject.
Does that even make any sense? Seriously, does that even make any sense?
It's funny. I could believe the earth being swallowed up, destroyed by the cosmological cycles of time, but I can't see the universe going away. I think the universe is here to last.
It's because we're connected to more than just what we see here on this physical plane.
Even if our planet's gone, as long as the universe exists, life has the potential to exist. We could have the potential to reincarnate on a different planet. Who knows? Who knows?
Some people believe that black holes are portals to other universes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yep.
Yep.
But I do believe the Earth is going to end. And I do
Well,
believe that. I do believe that. I believe that because you can look into the sky and you can see other stars dying. You can see it happens. And shooting stars, Divine. Have you ever seen a shooting star?
I live here in this beautiful property, and I see shooting stars on an evening basis every
Wow.
evening.
Is the sun not a star?
Yes, it is, but
Could
it's
it
not
not?
dying. It's not dying.
Can I ask you, Divine, with respect? How do you know? It's not dying yet, but how do you know it won't die?
I don't know. I have this underlying faith that um, what I'm doing here is what I should be doing, and why I'm doing what I'm doing while I'm here, I'm supposed to be doing. And I wasn't sent here for something to do or to pick my nose and scratch my ass. I mean, hello, I was here. I'm here to make sure that I'm in alignment with what I'm here to do. Simple as that. There is no.
Right.
It's not complicated, but a lot of people love to make it though. So.
Oh, by the way, Happy May Day. Does that mean anything to you guys?
No, I don't
Jay?
celebrate any worldly holidays at all, except
Well,
birthdays.
May Day is a kind of a day
It's
for
a
the
worldly holiday, dear one. If you're on the earth, you're in the part of the world, it's a worldly holiday.
but it's also a day to recognize the workers' rights and the power of the working
That's
man.
bullshit. That's a man-made rule. I do not believe in man-made rules on any level.
Wow, you must be fun in the when you go to the shops. Do you not pay for things?
Of course I do.
I'm
That's
joking.
you
That
have
was a
to.
joke.
That's part of it.
That was a joke. That was a joke. Sorry. Jay says apparently today is the Illuminati's 249th
Oh my
anniversary.
goodness.
Exactly.
Right.
There you go, Jay.
But what
He's
about
got
the
it right.
lizard people? What about the mole men?
Oh my goodness me. Well, I heard the Illuminati kind of started in Germany, right? As a kind of joke almost. It was like a little kind of like, I don't know.
They say that the United States was mostly German. When people finally started getting over here, they realized that most of the people over here were already German. So that's an interesting concept too.
1 second, Divine. I'll come back to that. Jay says, laughing my arse off, Hazel. I just want to say Happy May Day in celebration of today being May the 1st. Pinch punch first day of the month of no return. Did you ever do that to somebody? Did you ever say pinch punch first day of the month of no return when you were a kid? That's what we used to do.
No,
I've never even heard that.
I've never heard of it either.
That's what I used to do for my siblings. Whenever it was the first of the month, you'd creep down and you go pinch punch first day of the month and no return, and then they might go.
So what does it do?
Flick in the eye for being so sly. It was just a kind of like, aha, you dopey fucker. I'm realizing what's going on before you. It's just a kind of like.
Okay.
No, I know exactly what you're talking
It's
about.
just a bit of horseplay, a little bit of fun.
Yeah, we had the PT Bruiser Cruisers. We had that one. You'd see the PT Cruiser cars driving by, and you'd punch each other.
Wow.
Yeah, we weren't allowed to do that here.
Okay. Divine, now you said something about the Germanification of the Americas. My God, that sounds terrible. I'm only joking, German people. No, Divine, what was that?
There were a lot more people who were of that ilk than there are now, unfortunately. I mean, that's just what they said. They've always been here. And you know what? Some of the most amazing people I've ever met have been of that.
What, German?
German determination, yeah.
Really? Okay.
They're not as... I think the world has got them out to be like big bad guys, and I don't think they are.
No, I don't think
they are. I think they're very smart. They're very handy. They're good with tools and they're practical people.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm not going to be racist against
you know
Germany.
What? If Hitler if Hitler landed tomorrow, I wouldn't persecute him either.
Who?
Okay? I said if Hitler landed tomorrow, I wouldn't persecute him either. Why? Because the wage sin pays his death. He's already done his deed here. He was here with a sacred contract and fulfilled it.
Oh,
he would never have been able to pull that off.
He violated the contract because he isn't supposed to come back this soon.
So you're telling me that Hitler was on a divine mission.
He would not have been able to get away with what he got away with if he wasn't supposed to do so.
Well, you see,
True.
there's another
No, I
way of
see
looking
that.
at it, divine. Even Satan is on a divine mission if you accept that God is in control.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
what Hitler-
he's
what
been
Hitler did-
allowed to do so. Why? Because we needed to have something to balance the whole thing out with.
Wow, who would have thought that we would be evangelized by divine using Hitler to return to God? But you know, divine, if God allows things to happen, it must be all part of God's plan, as some Christians say.
That's where I say just because God is
It doesn't
God
have to
doesn't
be
mean he's
Christian.
ethical.
It doesn't have
it doesn't have to be Christian. Okay,
You're right.
That's what people put in place of whatever other terminology they could possibly use.
Hello to Cheris Rosin. Welcome, and do come on to the show and say hello. The link is in chat, in the stream, live chat. Do come on and say hello. It's always good to hear people's opinions, voices, and just get a different perspective from around the world. I appreciate you guys for coming on here. You know, it's good. Okay, divine. Okay, divine. By the way, guys, do you think Hitler killed himself, or do you think he got away to Argentina in a U-boat? Because I think he killed himself.
I think he killed himself.
I do too.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that because some people believe he escaped to Argentina in a U-boat and ended up selling sausages in some subway in
he was very distinctive looking. If he were to survive whatever it was that he was, he would have been found out. There's no possible way. I mean, he was probably the most distinctive looking man I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, there's no way possible you could not recognize him.
Right. Scary time. A scary time. A scary time. World War II was a scary time.
Oh,
are we equally in a scary time now, guys? Do you sometimes feel that we are in a similar time to like 1930s world pre-World War II?
Oh,
nope.
100%.
Nope.
Oh, that's so funny. We have completely different perspectives. No, I think I just mean on how people respond to it.
While I go to get a drink from the kitchen, Gaia, would you explain why you think we are on the edge or just on the cusp of World War III? And Divine, after Gaia has finished telling us that, you can say why you think we're not on the edge of, or on the cusp of World War III. So go ahead.
He knows why I'm saying that. Go ahead, sweetie.
Go ahead.
Oh, well,
hello to Yerf Dogs. Go ahead then, Gaia. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
And then Divine after you speak after.
So, first of all, I wasn't saying that I think that we're on the edge of World War III. I'm saying that we're handling our existence very similar to the way people handled their existence during World War II. There's a lot of apocalyptic preachers, there's a lot of fear, and just there's a lot of this going around in the culture. And that's what I was getting at regarding that.
And that's why it's not going to survive again this time, right? I mean, if you do the same thing over and over again and expecting the same results, you're not going to get the results you want. What we have to do is rise above all of that stuff, ascend and evolve, and realize that there's more to life than listening to man-made ways of doing things and what has not served us before, to go out of our way not to follow what was done before, and not to acknowledge the things such as when they were trying to make people mask up for this foolishness that they were creating, that pandemic foolishness.
Yeah.
It's like we could have all succumbed and did what everybody else was doing. But there was a certain bunch of us that decided absolutely no way possible are you ever going to get away with that with me anyways. And life went on. And then we find out it's all a bunch of not so nice things anyways, what they had conjured up. So, I mean, the same thing can be done on a smaller level by each and every one of us as individuals, as well as the collective, as soon as they get on the same page.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing is that people don't recognize is that during World War II, as much as there was apocalyptic preachers, there actually was inclusive preachers, preaching things that were completely counter narrative to the bad faith politics that often envelop religion.
Exactly. And you keep hearing the things over and over and over again. You start to believe them, and that doesn't necessarily make them the truth.
Yep.
And truth is a different person's perspectives. I realize that everyone has their version of it. But the truth that I'm talking about is not spoken. The truth that I'm speaking about is an internal, intuitive knowing. That is what the truth is.
Yep. No, I know what you're going on with that.
Yes, because you and I are in alignment with a lot of the thoughts. We giggled and laughed about it the last time we were on the live. So yeah, we're okay. You just have a better way of articulating it, and I don't. I just spit it out with no filter, and I don't give a crap.
Well, at least you're finding people that vibe with you and aren't freaking tearing you a new a-hole for no good reason.
Not yet, dear one. They do that in private.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
We get it inverted where all the crazies are out in real life when we meet the cool people online.
Exactly. Well, even some of the ones online rip you a new asshole without anyone watching.
Oh, true. Yep. Yep.
So, it's your birthday.
Yeah, it is.
I'm so glad to have met you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad to have met you too. It's freaking awesome. I'm glad to have met this awesome little community we got going here.
Yeah, and last night when I went to go click in, there was my internet wouldn't allow it. I'm like, what the heck? And by the time I got around to getting back in, you guys were gone. So it's like, whatever.
Technology was buggy last night. I literally, everything I was writing in any of my computers or my phone was instantly deleting itself. And I'm like, how is it deleting itself? Right?
Yeah.
Seriously. I'm like, is the technology just that damn broken, or is the CIA hacking into my shit? Like, what is going on here?
Right. Like they have nothing better to do. I'm so that I think of all the things that they've created, the fact that they think that they have to spy on United States citizens is absolutely abhorrent, and all the other countries too. I mean, obviously, I just don't understand what it is they think they're going to find from me living in this podunk town. I can't be making that much of an effect.
Right? No, I get exactly where you're coming from. I used to have so much paranoia over, those kinds of things. And then I started doing hallucinogens, and I'm like, okay, if the CIA was really this good at mental spying, they would have been fucking with me already. And then I'm thinking about the Simpsons movie, way back in the day, and I'm remembering that scene with the NSA spying on the American civilians, and the one little analyst dude rising up, freaking out, oh my God, we found somebody. The United States actually freaking found somebody. And he just is, showboating like he just scored a touchdown in the NFL, man. And I'm like, yeah, there's probably some truth to that, like there's a lot more of us than they are of them.
Yeah, there is this new building that they're creating in Colorado. It's going to
I know
have
what you're talking about. The Cop Center, aren't you?
Yep, Palantir. Yeah.
Right?
It has its own power
Cop
source,
City.
and it's going to have its own grid system, and it's probably one of the biggest high-tech buildings that they've ever created, in conjunction with a couple of other ones that they have up their sleeve. And they actually think that they're just going to sit there and do that all day long. It's like, really? Seriously? What could we possibly be doing that you're so insecure about?
Seriously.
It's like, hello.
It does get to a humorous point where you start laughing and pitying these people because, like you said, how are they this damn insecure?
Exactly.
I mean, that is just insecurity on unprecedented levels,
I don't understand.
Could you imagine if there were spies back in the ancient societies that would go to foreign countries just to do this creeper shit?
Yeah.
It's like we're not actually getting involved in the politics. We're just going there to fucking bitch about everything. You know? It's
It
like,
is kind of
what?
cool.
You're spying on a foreign country just to bitch to nobody?
Yeah. And none of it makes any sense. And that's why I say there's so much people interjecting their ideas and their thoughts and their actions that if they just put all of that aside and they took a deep breath and they realized there is more to life than what they think there is here, then I don't know, they might be a little bit more of a balance. I would hope.
Yeah.
That's what I hold for. I hold out a lot more weight that people will finally kind of come out of their stupor and realize that, just because people say what they say doesn't mean it's solid, doesn't mean it's set in gold or set in cement. I mean, hello, there's different things that can be done in order to bring about the change that we desire.
Huh. Yeah. That's tripping me out. It's getting me thinking. Maybe that even some of these religiously conservative people have some unconscious element of their mind that understands these more mystical aspects of religion, and understand just that this is the way
Right.
that things are.
Guys, if anybody wants to come on now, please do, because we will. I think we'll go for another half hour or so. That's about it from my side, because I like going to bed a bit earlier now.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That's why sometimes when I can hear by your voice that you're getting tired, and I don't even click into the other to be on the other.
No, it's
portion of
definitely not good to stay up too late. Not good. So I mean, I don't mind keeping it going backstage. People can chat away, but if you want to come on now, I think Sanctuary wanted to come on and say a few things. JE Global, Yerf Dogs, King Capricorn, obviously, Marcus, Yvonne, anybody there who wants to come on, the link is in chat. Please do come on, say hello, and do let us know what you're thinking about reality today. And it is the 1st of May, 2025. It's as good a day as any to let us know what you are thinking of reality. Yerf Dogs, how are you doing, brother? And what are you thinking of this strange reality we all find ourselves in?
I got to be honest. I have literally just sort of popped onto the stream. I have not tracked the conversation.
That's okay.
I just want to say that as a skeptic, I disagree with everything that's been said until now, and I think everyone should change their opinion. That's my.
Well, yeah. I mean, I kind of knew that was going to be, because you are the ultimate contrarian, and that is your prerogative.
That could be interpreted as being very rude. I apologize. It's not.
No. I mean, there's a place for contrarians, whether we like it or not. I mean,
it's who you are, and it's okay.
Mr. Agitator,
I just thought I'd pop on. I'm just starting off the day, and I thought, oh, fuck it, I'll just jump on and see what's going down.
Yes, I mean, it's just the usual chit chat, trying to shoot the breeze and figure out.
How's the Course in Miracles going? Is that interesting?
It is and it isn't. I mean, it gives you little snippets of wisdom here and there. I think little bits of shared common human experience.
Well, this will make you giggle. I'm not too particularly a fan of it myself, and you wouldn't think that, would you?
No, I thought you recommended
I don't know.
It's man-made. I mean, I'm just not into it. It's just nothing that is man-made I'm into. Absolutely across the board. Matters not what it is. And you come to that realization as time goes on.
Didn't that guy Eckhart Tolle preach this stuff? Like, wasn't that part of his?
Was that is this the guy pretend? Is this the? Remember you told me before that the
current
guy,
the fellow who stole the mystic's name. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so the current kind of emanation.
But I thought that the I apologize.
I think everyone tagged on to that because it was the running thing at that point, and people were just looking to connect to the mass so they could sell their books. I mean, it's I don't think it has any legit. I mean.
That
it has some good points. It has some good points, but I don't think it's. Yeah, I don't know. He was just trying to sell books too, guys.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I see.
The power of now.
Yeah, Eckhart Tolle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Tolle. I thought it was Toll.
I think
Who
it is
knows?
told.
Okay, totally.
I think it is told. I think it's told.
Those Germans, you can't trust, but
But you know, I really don't get. Some people get really stuck up on pronunciation. I don't.
I'm like, as long as we can understand each other,
Yeah.
it's good.
Exactly, because everyone has their own interpretation, and that's
Right?
where that part comes in. It's okay
Cherish.
for every one of us
Oh,
page
having some feedback
thinking
there.
totally different things. But
so the Course in Miracles, it's kind of a bit hit and miss, is it?
To be honest with you, out of the book so far, do you know what? I don't want to discredit the others. I was going to say it's probably my favorite, but
Okay. Well,
I don't know. There was little bits of something in all of them, but there are common themes. That's no surprise because it's
Right.
spiritual.
yeah,
And humans have this. I don't think there's, because spiritual is mysterious. That I think there are, even though it's mysterious and it's kind of, if you like, it's in the land of imagination. Because we're communicating it, there does need to be some commonality, doesn't there? And obviously, to communicate it, we have to make sense of it when we receive the communication. So,
right.
I believe there's going to be commonalities, because it is a human communication. So that's no surprise. But I mean, the common themes are, in my view, self-love and worthiness. You basically in Pistis Sophia, it was about moving towards the light. In the Tibetan Book of the Dead, it was the same story. It was about moving towards the light and having faith in your worthiness to do that, and not going towards a lesser light because you feel unworthy. Go towards the ultimate truth, the ultimate light. And in this Course in Miracles so far, it is about going towards God. But funnily enough, there is also the notion in A Course in Miracles that you are not in charge, that God is in charge. So although the commonality is moving towards God or the higher power, it's interesting because Pistis Sophia and the Tibetan Book of the Dead definitely gave more agency to you as an entity, okay? Whereas this book says it seems to say that the ego is false. It doesn't exist. And what is true is that God is in charge of you. God is giving you your thoughts and you can just follow those, I suppose there is an element of following them, but yeah, it's not the same in terms of agency. Am I right?
well, we came here with his blessing and him not dictating every waking move that we make. We are here to be the governors of our own lives. Free will, excuse me, is where what he actually says. We all have free will to do as we choose. That opens up a lot of different ways of doing so, obviously, and that's why the diversity. But if you shuffle it all down through, and you were to sift it through, it would be the basis of what we should be doing is loving ourselves first. Because when we are the best versions of ourselves, we have the capacity to love everyone else and our creator as well.
Yeah. Marcus says A New Earth, Awakening to Your Life's Purpose is a 2005 self-help book, also by Eckhart Tolle. Now, the interesting thing is this self-help thing. I don't know which comedian said it, but it is quite funny that, you go into a bookshop and there's a self-help section and it's written by somebody else.
That was George
Someone
Carlin.
else's perspective.
That was George Carlin. Yeah. I mean, he obviously said it better.
He was amazing.
He's excellent.
When he said that joke, the way he says it, it's bloody hilarious, and
his understanding of language is freaking fantastic, man. For a comedian,
I
he
still
sounds like
listen
a
to him.
philosopher. I
still
want to see
listen
him
to
get
him.
on stage and talk with freaking Noam Chomsky. They would be a blast to watch together.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some material of Carlin on talk shows and him on stage and stuff. And I mean, he did this thing, didn't he, when it was really taboo to swear on camera, like on live TV.
His favorite list of words. Those are my favorite too.
Yeah, that was like groundbreaking in a way. But is there any material where he kind of debates or talks to like scientists or theologians or religion? Is there anything like that around?
He's on the Bill Maher show. He was on there a few times. As for formal debates, no, I don't think he.
No, that's a pity because I mean, if he was around today, it'd be absolutely brilliant.
But you can say the same about Christopher Hitchens as well. If
Oh
Hitchens
yeah,
was around today. Holy fuck!
And even
That
Bill
would be
Hicks,
legendary.
Even Bill Hicks.
The good guys always die too soon.
Yeah, they were kind of seers.
They kind of have to, or they'll be taken out.
Hitch slaps, but his overall content, I'm just But no, his hitch slaps are awesome.
Hey, you didn't like Mr. Christopher Hitchens' content.
Not his generalized content, but his
Satan.
His hitch slaps are freaking awesome, man. Some of his replies to some of these people are just holy crap, man. Like you think Divine's putting it just bluntly matter of fact. Listen to this dude.
It's interesting.
Hitch was fantastic.
What about his brother? I mean, his brother is
Peter. Yeah.
Christopher Hitchens had a brother.
Yeah,
he has a brother.
Peter is like the anti-hero.
That's right.
he's like the the dark to hit Christopher's light. And
oh, how interesting! I never knew that.
Yeah,
I've never even heard of him.
Some would say the opposite.
yeah, some would say the opposite. Yeah. But he if you want to see kind of what he's like, a funny recent video is him. You've heard of Alex O'Connor, who used to be known as Cosmic Skeptic, right?
Yes, I remember that video.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Peter Hitchens completely overreacted and was a complete idiot.
Absolutely.
Like it was absolutely insane. Actually, he made a complete dick of himself. Yeah. So that will give you a little grounding into what he's like, and he does come across as a petulant, spoilt brat who just, and it does come across as so envious and jealous of his brother, just trying to like scream for attention. When he's like he's like the poor man's version, and but he's trying, But I mean,
3 years old and still stuck in those freaking mindsets.
Yeah, he basically argues for the continuation of the Christian religion, not because he believes in it, but because it carries moral significance. Now, that's kind of like
a freaking
Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson kind of says that as well without saying it. Like Jordan Peterson might admit that, he doesn't believe in God, but he kind of believes in the archetype. So it's like it's something that humans use to get through the darkness of
whatever brings them the most money.
Hey, whatever makes us sane and keeps us from killing each other.
But unfortunately, it has a habit of making us kill each other too.
But even with Peterson, did you see his speaking of Alex O'Connor again, his discussion with Richard Dawkins?
Yeah, and I thought that Dawkins made him look like a bit of an idiot.
Just made him look like a dithering fool. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the thing about Peterson was he is very verbose. He's very articulate, but the substance when he's been long enough in the public eye now, you can kind of see what he's about. Yeah. And you can see what his defense strategies are, and you can see also that sometimes it does seem apparent that he's been disingenuous sometimes, and it does seem that he's more about his reputation in the public eye than getting to truth. And sometimes I think it's because there might be a part of him that is almost he goes against nihilism, but sometimes I think there's a part of him that almost says to himself, look, there's no kind of way of fixing Anderfic. There's no objective way of showing.
Well, in his discussion with David Benatar, he went down that road. He is very much in agreement with the idea that life is suffering. He makes a big song and dance about that.
Well, that's where
if it's such a suffering, why don't they just pop off?
No. My point is, I'm getting a bit darker in his psychology. That I think there could be a bit of him that is nihilistic to the degree that he thinks that there's no way of fixing, and if there's no meaning, and basically he's trying to make as much as he can anyway, because at the back
I pretty much guarantee he's.
Do you get what I'm saying there? Yeah,
struggles and still.
Yeah, it's an interesting take. So you think that he is he realizes disingenuous. That there is nothing, so
I think
I'll just make bag.
But he's not.
Basically, he's realizing there's nothing. Now he might have. I'm not saying he's completely without substance in all his arguments, right? I believe he might believe some things he says, But I believe that in certain,
That's the operative.
I believe that overall, it might well be about making bag and putting himself in an ultimate position of power as best as possible, so that he can, basically feather his own nest and his own family's nest.
Good on him. Good
Oh,
on
well,
him.
that's where he's been he knows how to play victim, and take advantage of that. He knows
Exactly.
how to play the game. He's a master class at that.
Yeah, and it depends what you mean by that.
That was Sean Connery.
Yeah, that was Sean Connery. But yeah, but yes, the Canadian accent. I mean, it did have a Scottish influence, didn't it? At some point, I'm sure. Or depends what you. I can't do it tonight. I really can't do it tonight. So I'm going to give up. Maybe I've exercised the Jordan Peterson demon that was within me, so I can't do it anymore. The dark side is honest. The dark side is direct. It is the knife in the front rather than the one stuck in your back. Aftermath by Chuck Vendick. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Yeah, it does seem that sometimes the darkness is always there. Yeah.
That's an interesting take on Peterson, though. He may just it may just be a front for screw it, it's hopeless. I'll just get what I can out of it. Interesting take. Yeah.
The thing with Peterson is he heavily criticizes postmodernism, but he falls into the trap of postmodernism.
How so?
Well, yeah. So, have you ever seen the Postmodern Drinking Song? He made this music video just crapping on postmodernism, and he's the whole video is fragmented, and it just embodies the same level of criticism and that postmodernism itself does. It's fascinating.
Okay, do you have any examples of you said he
Here we go.
Well, I'm just asking. Okay. Well, I'm just saying, like you said that you made the point that he is using postmodern. I can't remember exactly what you said. I'm sorry, but something like he's using postmodern strategies or whatever. He's fully on board with it. But
I mean,
no, he's not fully on board with postmodernism by any means. He's not, approaching the relativism that postmodernism does, but he does approach, some of his things in a fractured way that postmodernism tends to fracture things.
There's definitely, I made a little essay kind of on my channel. I can't remember exactly what points, what words it was, but he has this, it's a pity I can't remember now, but it's to do with how he'll say that, for example, we need meaning and words mean things. Yeah. When he thinks, when he's attacking someone's points, right? He'll make the arguments that, well, words mean this and this means that, and you can't say otherwise. And then on the other foot, when he's under attack or his views are being questioned, he'll be like, oh, well, words are very difficult. I mean, what do you mean by that? Do you know what I mean? So he plays
absolutely.
that game.
Yeah. I think his discussion with Dawkins demonstrated that very clearly. Like he just seemed to be, he must have been pretending to not understand what Dawkins was getting at. And so I think you're right. He uses words depending on whether he's on offense or defense.
Was it Alex O'Connor who got him good as well with the God thing? Because he said the question was, he was trying to pin him down. And I think he in the end admitted that he basically said, does God exist? And he goes, well, it depends what you mean by God. And then he was talking about how it's this ideal that humans look to get out of their suffering or to move forwards, blah 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 blah.
But of course that wasn't.
But then Alex said, yes, but does he exist? He's like, oh, but then he goes, what if humans didn't exist? Would God exist still? And that was a good way of getting him to answer the question. And he said yes, didn't he?
I can't recall.
I think he said yes.
Okay. But either way, he ended up looking like a doofus in that conversation, no doubt.
Yeah, and he also looks like a complete doofus in the Matt Dillahunty conversation. Do you ever see that one?
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, mate, that is honestly, that's a laugh a minute. That one, honestly,
man, modern debates are turning into reality shows.
Matt Dillahunty absolutely tears him apart. Yeah.
Yeah, but Dillahunty's a good man.
I do like him. I do like him. Yeah. Do you know what? I'll be honest. I didn't like him at first because I didn't really like atheists. I'm being honest, but I just thought, how can they be so sure? Even though I was one, I wanted something else. You know what I mean? Even though I wasn't a believer or whatever, I wanted something else, and I suppose that's why I have moved to agnosticism, because part of me still wants something, even though I understand a lot of the atheist arguments and stuff, and I understand I question, like, I don't think we were very well designed, etc., etc. But I suppose there's a little bit of me looking for something,
But atheism doesn't preclude desiring or hoping for more.
No, I know that. I mean, you can be an atheist agnostic, right, as well.
Well, you can be an atheist and hate it and wish there was more.
Yes. I suppose that's where I would be. That's a category I would be in, and agnostic. Yeah.
Is that agnostic though? I don't know.
Well, you can be atheist as in you're without a belief, right? But you can also be agnostic in that you don't know.
Yeah, that's my understanding, and probably I could be very wrong here, but that's my understanding. Agnostic means you don't know if there's a God or not, whereas atheism, the position is the theist position hasn't been proven, like the belief is withheld.
Yes,
because not enough evidence hasn't been provided. That's different, I think.
Well, that's where the terms soft and hard are sometimes useful. If you say soft atheism, that could be
I don't like those.
Form.
I mean, it can get a bit. It can be a bit confusing because some people will think that atheism means just without a theology. I don't believe in any religion. You know what I mean? Some people.
They equate it with nihilism. Is that what you're saying?
No. They equate it with the theists, the religious, the theology. They don't have a theology. They don't believe in a theology. They don't believe in.
So you're more saying that a lot of people conflate atheism with agnosticism. I see what you're saying.
Yes, Marcus is here. An agnostic is someone who neither believes nor disbelieves in the existence of God.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Neither believes nor disbelieves.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay. They don't have any knowledge on it. Any view
on it. Okay. So an atheist is one who disbelieves.
I would say I fall into unknown rather than unknowable, because I can't be sure of it being unknowable either. You know what I mean? It's just, it might be that we could know one day, but we don't know at the moment. So I would say it's unknown.
I would say it's unknowable, as Marcus has written. That's why I call myself an atheist. So
yeah. I mean, there is, it does seem that given how we look at reality and how we sense it, etc., it does seem that we could never actually know anything for sure in that regard. But I still go with unknown. I suppose that's just a feeling thing.
No, but I mean, look, I'm the same. It would be. I think there's always a part of me that will always hope or wish that there's something other than the nothing.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily for my own. It's not about my own living for all eternity. It's just like you'd hope that there's you just kind of like we're all human. We just hope that there's a good reason for this and there's a happy ending for it all, and I'm not talking about a rub and a tug in a fucking backstreet massage parlor.
That's an oddly specific random diversion, but you go.
No, but by the way, I tell that because my friend who is
my friend, okay,
my friend, it was this is a true story. My friend is about 62 and he went to a Chinese medicine shop. You're in Japan, but over here we have all these like Chinese herbalists who like sell like all manner of shit on the high streets. People go in there for these kind of Chinese remedies. And my friend went in and had a massage, a shoulder massage and a back rub. And then it was like, you want happy ending? And but he didn't know what it was because he's a little bit simple. And he told me about it. And it's probably good that he didn't get one, to be honest with you. I think he would have exploded. It's been a while, I'd say. But also he is. Then again,
it might have been the best thing to ever happen to him.
He's
might have put years on his life.
He's a recent heart patient, so it might not be well advised. Yeah. So what else is there? Yeah. Cheris, are you coming on here? I mean, you're saying a lot of things there, Cheris. We'd like to have you on here. That would be good.
Whatever happened to
Anybody?
Seeker?
I don't know.
He cooking Coco Vaughn?
He's stuffing his gob. He went away making dinner. So
he's going for the turkey Thanksgiving meal, man.
Oh, Jay's there as well. How you going, Jay?
Jay, you coming on? All right, guys. If nobody comes on the next 5 minutes, we'll just shut it down for the night because we have to do one tomorrow. By the way, I did this one because I didn't do one on Monday, so I thought I'd catch up with this read.
Are you doing the Course of Miracles continuing tomorrow as well, mate?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting through it, man. There's about 410 pages. We've read 83 pages in 2 days.
Ooh.
So that's not bad, you know.
That's a mission.
Yeah.
What
kind of nihilism.
What do you mean? What kind of nihilism?
Christian nihilism.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I find elements of nihilism in both Christianity and Buddhism. It's fascinating.
Well, funnily enough, though, you could argue there's a little bit of nihilism in the Course in Miracles because she's basically saying nothing matters because God is saving us all, and all our worries are just lies, and all our fears are. She basically says evil doesn't exist, fear doesn't exist. All that exists is love. So kind of there's nothing to worry about. Nothing matters.
Yep.
So,
she's got her finger on
its head, man. That was good.
What?
I said, way to flip that on its head. That was a good, interpretation.
That sounds very similar to the Buddhist literature.
Interesting perspective.
That is what she kind of said. Sorry, Yef Dogs?
It sounds similar to the Buddhist literature that I've read.
Yeah. I mean, it is. This is the common thread I've seen. As I said, even in the Pacific,
right,
this is all
thread,
the common thread through all these things. I mean, just the Muslims that seem to fuck it up for everyone. And I'm joking to any Muslims. Come on, I'm only here for the laugh here.
I don't think Zionists are helping much either.
But they do talk. But funnily enough, the Muslims, Islam literally means, what does it mean? Submission to God, basically. That's what it literally means.
Yeah.
And that is a little bit like, that is another common thread through all of this. It's like the submission to this higher power.
Yep.
You know?
Mm.
Which I find interesting. And apparently that does bring... Listen, I'm not going to lie. People who seem to say they found God, it does seem to give them an overwhelming sense of well-being a lot of the time.
No, that's
except for the Catholics. Except for the Catholics, I was raised a Catholic.
It saved my life.
I was raised a Catholic. It didn't seem apparent in the Catholic congregation. I'll be honest. We seem to be terribly worried about going to hell all the time.
Well, because they created their own hell. Remember, Monday through Friday they were a bunch of idiots, and on Sunday they'd sit there like they didn't do anything. So they create their own hell.
Yeah, but we went
Make your pies with your heads down.
But Divine, we went to confession on Friday, and we were good to go on a Saturday. You know.
Yeah, it's religious foolishness.
I took the opposite route. I just removed the confession on the Sunday and just continued being an idiot all the time.
But brother, were you raised? Did you go Catholic as well?
No. I started going to church in my early teens, and it was a Baptist church.
Okay. Yeah.
First church.
I mean, I have to be honest. I remember my first confession when I was 7 years old, and I went in. That was okay because that priest was all right. But then I remember, like you basically, I don't know if none of you have probably had a confession. You go in there, you kneel down, and you make the sign of the cross. You say, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been so many weeks or months since my last confession." And then he goes, "Okay, tell me what you've done in that time." And then you start saying like, "Oh, I disobeyed my parents. I swore. I fucking did this. I did that." And then he goes, "Oh, blah, 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 blah." And then he tells you to say your, act of contrition or your
20 Hail Marys or whatever.
20 Hail Marys or whatever, not to do this again and blah, 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 blah. And, but there was something very creepy in secondary school because we had it in secondary school. And I literally hadn't been to confession since I was, I don't know, I'd say about 10 or something. And then I went in 10 or 12 maybe. But then in secondary school, they made us do it when we were about 17. And that was creepy, man, because they didn't have a booth to go into, so you didn't have like a curtain between you and the priest. So you were literally sitting, looking face to face with the priest. It was really weird.
Yeah, that's really weird, man. That's
Especially
like,
for a 17-year-old man.
No
that's
dividers in the urinal weird.
It was creepy as fuck. So are you telling like what the fuck? And it's like they wanted you to talk about masturbation. You just know they did. But
that's dark.
Yeah, but I didn't give them that. I didn't give them any material.
That's creepy, man. I'm instantly going like,
I'm not joking you. We had a priest in my school
who opening themselves up for a lawsuit and they don't even know it, man.
I told you about this fucker in my school. We had a fucker in my school who was a priest. He was a teacher. I use that term loosely. He was apparently a teacher. And he used to stand at the front of the class. I'm not joking, with his hand down his fucking pants, fucking feeling his own feelings.
Oh my god, that's fucking
and he did it. He had his hand down there nearly all the time.
That's fucked up, man.
This guy was the most insane guy you've ever met. And I couldn't I was in class looking like this guy's talking to us. He's got his hand rubbing his fucking penis as he's talking to us at the front of the class.
For real,
and I'm not joking. There was a parent fucking teacher meeting once. And my friend told me this. I didn't go to this one, but apparently he was there and he had his hand down his fucking pants like that as well. And at one stage he took it out to shake someone's hand.
Oh my fucking Lord! What the
disgusting.
fuck?
Are you serious? Like he was rubbing his dick.
What the?
He was literally massaging himself. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
I know.
Jesus, criminy.
Mate, believe me, I'm traumatized by the fucking shit I saw. Fucking hell.
When I was a child,
we had another cunt. We had another cunt in my school. He was like, we had a head teacher, we had a rector as well, like the erector, but he was a fucking priest as well. And he used to have a fucking. This cunt was a little alcoholic. He was an alcoholic, right? He was like something out of fucking Father Ted, right? And he used to fucking. He used to wear a toupee. He was a very strange man. He was about 5 foot. He's only a little 5'5", 5'6" guy, and he was a little rotund guy. But he used to dye his hair. Like he was in his like late 50s, but he had strangely brown. You know these people who have strangely brown hair.
Oh yeah.
Like strangely dark hair for their age. Like really, and you know, on some people some people do have dark hair. I always find that you can always tell if someone's dyeing their hair, because the people who don't dye their hair and still have dark hair, for some reason it just suits them. But the people who dye their hair, you can just tell, isn't it? On a man, by the way, on a man. I think,
but it's the same with the purple dye. What's up with that when people get old?
You mean like?
It's because they put on a certain shampoo that turns their hair that color.
Is that like the blue rinse kind of brigade?
Yeah, they've got blue and they've got purple and they've got pink, and it depends upon what color they desire in that moment. I think it's mostly elderly women who really don't know what the outcome's going to be, and they really don't care.
I mean, I remember the blue rinse brigade, but I haven't seen them for a long time. When I was a kid, you used to see loads of old women walking around with blue hair and like light blue hair, and it was a thing, the blue rinse brigade. But I haven't seen those for a long time.
But the worst thing,
I tell you who might see them is Noodles. He's a bit of a geriophile, and he's here right now. Noodles, how are you doing, brother?
It's really funny that you say that, because I'm on my way to meet an older woman right now.
Yeah, I know. But I bet she doesn't have a blue rinse. I bet she has a blonde wig or a blonde.
No, just a brunette.
Okay, nice. Well, enjoy yourself. Be careful to make sure you fold her up afterwards and put her back in her chair.
The worst thing though is guys who can't accept they're losing their hair and they do these comb over things.
Yeah, I gotta be honest.
Always
I gotta be honest, guys. My dad, the bastard, he has a full head of hair. Like that guy's like fucking Samson, right? But my hair has started thinning on top. Yeah, I just shave it now, man. It's like it's what?
If you desire hair, you can correct it.
I know. Listen,
yes,
you rub fucking rosemary oil, all that shit on it. But I quite like the kind of just number one look now, you know. So I don't give a fuck. But it's I mean, I'm not bald, but it's definitely thinning, you know. I don't give a fuck, to be honest with you. Luckily, it doesn't look. I mean, it is what it is. It's just part of the fucking aging process, isn't it? Like some people.
I'm
No,
the
it's
same.
not.
I've had a great run with my hair. I've had a really good run with it. But
I used to have a very thick head of hair. Honestly, people used to say you're never going to go bald. I was actually quite shocked. Like, I'm not. As I say, I don't look bald. Like, but if you look under certain light, you could probably see like, oh, it's thinner there. You know, my girlfriend said it. And
well, my hair's really curly, so there's no way I could do a comb over.
yeah. I mean, but I don't judge. I mean, if people want to do that, they want to do it. But I just think it's too much effort. And I do notice with my hair as well, now that I'm getting a bit old, it's like it just feels shit. Like no matter what you do, it's not like when it was in its 20s. You know what I mean? Right. Like it just grows differently. It loses. It's just not. I feel like I'm in the fucking hair salon here, but anyway, it's
yeah. But you're like kind of like a brawny dude, so you could shave your head and look good.
Well, I think you can shave your head and it can be okay for most people. You know, if it's just a matter of how you feel about it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, on account of your brawniness, you look extra masculine.
It can be.
But it wouldn't match his voice if he did that.
I don't know. Like his voice isn't that like I wouldn't say it's not. I wouldn't say it's like a not brawny voice. It could be that could be a voice that goes to anyone.
There you go, Divine. Divine, I am quite brawny. I'm not a
yeah, right.
No. Well,
he does all kinds. He works out a lot. You know, he was a rugby player. He was a rugby captain.
Right, but his voice doesn't match that. Even though he may be that way, his voice doesn't match the two together.
You know, to be fair, when I first started listening to his channel back when it was Antinatalist Outreach, my first image of him hearing his voice, and it might have also just had to do with the content he was putting out and like his mood, but I actually pictured more of a gothy sort of Snape looking character. But then since getting to know him, he's turned into more of like kind of a little more preppy, bro-y kind of.
No, I'm definitely not a fucking Giga Chad, that's for sure.
You know, I'm not saying, I'm not. You know, you could be in between. You know,
I'm just average, and sometimes I'm below average, and sometimes I rub up well. That's the way it goes.
Well, I mean, you're gonna say that, but you know.
No, it's true. That's true. Sometimes I look like utter shit, and other times I've had a shower, you know, and I can look a bit all right, you know. That's just the way it goes, you know. And the other truth,
I bet he's a solid 7. I bet he's a solid 7.
Steve will appreciate this.
No, he's a definite 8.
Oh my God.
Okay, he's probably an 8.
How are you talking about my penis size here, Divine, or something else?
No, sir, I don't know anything about that, and I don't pretend to.
Well, is it related to my voice? I mean, you're probably going to think I'm a...
No, your personality.
By the way, personality. It doesn't matter what you have. It's the motion in the ocean. It's not the size of your ship. It's the motion in the ocean.
Yeah. Apparently. I don't go there. That's not my business.
Yeah. Isn't that what guys with small things say?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's just offsetting all the responsibility to the woman, for reals.
That's right.
For reals.
As long as you have good oral game, you know.
I'm just saying, the Titanic is still the Titanic.
Come on, women's sexual satisfaction is only a modern concept. It doesn't, you know. It's the progressive liberals being gay. It shouldn't.
Thank you very much. I'm going to clip that. That's fantastic.
I'm joking.
Gotcha.
Men pleasing women are gay. What the fuck?
Yeah, it was a joke. Obviously, it was a fucking joke.
There's probably a large demographic of women that get off harder the less the man like tries, and more so if he cares about enjoying himself.
Oh my
Say that
goodness.
again, Noodles.
I bet that there's a large demographic of women that probably get off harder from guys that are just more self-centered, like about their own pleasure during the act rather than trying so hard to please her. I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if some trad wives fall into that.
Like, you know, like and you know, obviously it's speculation, but I bet there's just like a lot of women that are like, if a guy is trying so hard to please them, that feels like beta to them, and so it kind of turns them off.
Yeah, there is that, I suppose. I mean, everyone's different, but there is definitely that. Some do apparently like to just be treated like a lump of meat. Sorry to use that terminology, but
Well, you know, I mean, there could be an in between. It could be like the guy just really, really enjoys himself without like putting so much, like, I don't know. Never mind. Don't listen to me.
Patricia comes in, and I think it is a very good time. Patricia says, "So D&W, is this a good time to ask you how do you play music on X Spaces?" Oh, I didn't know it was on X specifically, Patricia, that you wanted to play. Do you want to come on here, Patricia, and ask? Because it'd be better if you could come on and ask. Yeah, might be a good swerving away from our perversions here. Patricia, that would be good. Come on here, Patricia, and tell us about your technical requirements, and we'll try and get the
Speaking of music, speaking of music, did you? I just put out a new EP on my YouTube channel, so feel free to go check it out.
I haven't checked my subscriptions. I usually get a notification for your channel.
It's a soul. It's like soul R&B kind of sort of mid,
share the
like
link
late
and chat for everybody, so everybody
well,
can go there.
I'm driving right now, but it's the playlist is called Lewis and Love, and it's on the Vegan Equilibrium channel. But I also I got an opportunity to sing the first verse of My Girl with the Temptations, and it was a lot of fun, although it was a mediocre performance. I was so unprepared.
But that is amazing. The Temptations, wow.
Yeah, I was so unprepared. I just got over a cold, so I was still like clearing out, and it was just a last minute thing. Didn't practice or anything, so yeah.
Okay, Louis and Love. I'm on your channel now, so I'll share this video. And guys, you can go and subscribe and listen to his singing and playing there on his channel. We have, I think, Patricia is joined first. I'm sorry if it was the other way around, but I was looking at something else. Patricia, did you need technical help? Because you know, I'm starting a consultancy service, so it better be simple. Because, you know.
Well, I thought you would be the best person to ask, because you do the stream, and then I see you live on.
You want to play music on X? That's what you said, right?
Yeah, I want to play some music on X. Are you saying that's not a good place to do it, or
what type of music? And what do you want to like? What do you want to play? Videos of music? Your own music, is it?
Yeah, I've taken the UAPs and UFOs I've seen, and put some lyrics in Suno and put them together, and some of them turn out pretty cool.
You can pay for like Restream or StreamYard, and you can upload the videos to them and then send them to X or Twitter.
Okay, so I need an account.
Yeah,
with
you can pay. You can pay to do that. Basically, yeah. So you can just send it to stream on X, you know.
Okay.
And it will do that for you. I mean, I don't know. Does anyone else know a free solution to do that? That's the only one I know. I mean, you can do an OBS thing, isn't that what it's called? But I mean, that's a little bit.
That's complicated. I tried all of that. And
I mean, if you've got you already pay for your Twitter subscription, so you may not be short for a few bob. So you might be able to just send a bit of money to StreamYard as well, or Restream. Restream is cheaper than StreamYard, so you might try that. Although we have Brother Marcus, who might have better quality information for you. Just stand by for Brother Marcus. We've got Sanctuary here. Sanctuary, how are you doing, brother? Sanctuary is muted. He's probably stuffing his mouth. JE.
Heyo.
How you doing?
Full house. Full house.
Full house. We're good hand in poker, and it's good on the show as well. Marcus, how you doing?
Good, you?
Yes, I'm actually very well. Do you know what? The weather is absolutely spectacularly gorgeous here at the moment. So it's really, really warm and sunny, and it does cheer me up. I'm not going to lie. It cheers me up, and I like the warmth on my skin. I just like it. Yeah, definitely. I like that sun shining, you know. Brother Marcus, did you hear what Patricia said about playing music on X? Do you have any advice for her?
I don't know much about that.
No. Patricia, I think it's a case of using Restream. Patricia, I tell you what, now that I know, I'll look into it for you and I'll send you a message on X maybe today or tomorrow. Remind me tomorrow night if I haven't done it.
Okay.
But I'll just look into it for you, darling. But
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I will.
Did I save you? Because they were trying to drown you.
Yeah, they were. Sanctuary is still got his finger up his ass. He's not quite with us. Sanctuary, are you there, brother? Nope. Well, I'm sure he'll be with us soon. Got quite a few here. I think we've got room for one more, by the way, if anybody else wants to come on. Cheris, that's you, by the way. I don't know who Cheris is, but they're a newbie. It's nice to have them here. Guys, I suppose we better ask Patricia. Patricia, have you found any gnosis since we last spoke?
I think that's every day. Most of it's about my own journey, but it's every day. You know, some new information seems to impart itself. Something will trigger something, and then I'll have a thought journey that answers some other question. But every single day, I believe.
Right. Okay. So nothing in particular that you want to share?
Well,
any thoughts, any compelling thoughts, anything that came to you?
Well, I was thinking today about trauma and how childhood trauma is not something that you can just unravel in therapy. How it really depends on how long that trauma was an experience of yours, and how it led me to having to separate myself from so many family members just to create a sense of self of my own. Then the thought I was having that how do you have a sense of self if there is no self to have?
Wow.
You know, and so my childhood had been that unsatisfying, I guess, with molestation and different things of that nature. And it was relentless. And I was spent a large time of my life trying to figure that out, only to understand eventually that it's nothing to figure out.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
that's the way it was, and you have to move past
my mum also went through the similar thing to you, Patricia, unfortunately, and you're about the same age as her as well. And thing is, it's like it's fucked up, and I like to think that society has moved on, and I like to think there's less of it now. But I obviously I don't know. I don't know for sure, you know, because you don't really hear people talking about it, and sometimes I think people don't start talking till later in life either about it because it's just so shocking to them. It's just what I mean. In general, I think we don't really know how our parents fucked us up until a bit later on, anyway, because I think sometimes we're we're kind of beholden to them emotionally. Also, we have that kind of Stockholm syndrome thing going on, and we do see them as saints in some ways, our saviors, because they provided for us in this way or that. So we feel beholden to them. And then it's only later on, and me personally, it's only been later on in my life that I've thought about some of my family dynamics growing up that were a bit fucked up, you know. I have forgiven my parents for the most part for certain things, because I know they're not bad people, you know. And I know they tried their best. I was lucky in that regard. My parents were not bad people, you know, in that they didn't do anything. I would say there was no actual intent there to be evil, you know. There might have been some emotional unintelligence, perhaps. Maybe my dad in particular, there's a lot of temper there. But I think that was, again, emotional lacking emotional awareness, you know. I mean, he was a bit handy with. Sorry?
Go ahead. I was going to say that's the place where you land, where you understand that you're not alone, that everybody has some of this to some degree. And when you just waste your time blaming and trying to pull apart every single thing, you just can't get anywhere.
No, there's nothing there. I realized that some time ago. And it's funny because I used to, years ago, right? I met some older an older woman friend, and there's a couple of them sitting at a table with us in the bar one time, and they were getting really upset about their parents. And I remember thinking, "You're ridiculous, man. You're like 40, yeah? What the hell are you doing?" I was like 20, I think I was like 25 or something. I was like, "Why are you hating on your parents so much?" You know? And I was like, you know, those people grew up or didn't have any Google on hand. They had nothing around them to like help them. They were just winging it. You know what I mean? But now I kind of understand that trauma sometimes, in regards to parents, sometimes does come out a bit later, you know, and it's a thing that you have to process, you know. I think you have to process it, and I think it's good to process it. And it's, in fact, I think it's probably better that it comes out earlier than later, because then you can move on with your life and grow. But I think for some of us, it doesn't come out. It should have come out quicker than it did, because you have to move on from that, you know.
Right. Well, you know, there's just this different degrees of it, right? So
there's different degrees. By the way, I'm not saying that some of it you have to. I'm not saying you have to forgive everything, because I don't know the ins and outs of everybody's particular circumstances. But I'm saying the kind of run of the mill.
But you say forgive. You say forgive with this, like, I don't want to say a sense of entitlement, but where is your compassion for that? Every specific human did the best of their ability in every situation. Me and you know not to do what some of our parents did because of how they did things, but I can never sit here and say something like I forgive them, because, you know, with them born in when they were born where they were born, with the only opportunities they had, I don't even think I have the authority to say anything like I forgive them, because what else were they supposed to do? Right?
I mean, wait, but what about?
I'm listening.
Sorry,
Guys.
go ahead.
I'll be right back. I'm listening.
Because right now we're at a stage, right? Like right now we're at the most advanced we've ever been technology-wise. And I'm such a I'm a judgmental sociologist, where I look at everybody and I say, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be like, I don't want to, you know what I mean? I'm judging everybody, and I can admit to that. But what I'm getting at, when you're going to be honest about everybody's situation, I don't think, you know, you're entitled to this. Oh, I forgive these people or these people. I think everybody did. I think we're spoiled if we have the eyes to see that, oh, if somebody could have did it different, it would have went that way. That means we're kind of spoiled because we have the eyes to see it. But what are we going to do with that? Right?
Wait, but
the privilege of wisdom. I understand what you're getting with that.
My friend, I'm saying it's time to evolve, right? If the people that were in charge of you, if you're smart enough to realize, they could have did certain things different, who gives a rat's behind? Because you know it now, So maybe you could start your own offsprings and then don't do it to them. Like, but that's it. You got to move on. You could turn that emotion into now stored knowledge, and you move
Right,
on.
right. No one is saying that you shouldn't move on, but for
Right.
example, what about like a kid who was, molested by their parents or whatever? Like you're just gonna tell them that they don't have the right to be upset with their parents and that they shouldn't even be thinking about forgiving them? Or
Well,
sorry, that
that. I mean, we're kind of talking more situations on oh, parents should have did this for me or did that. We're kind of talking more on that. But what you're talking about, I mean, we could sit here and break that down from a case point of view. Guys, there's a reason why when things go to courts, they it's a trial. They go on for many weeks, months, a year, and they're processing every little detail. What you're talking about, we'd have to get into depth on that. I can't just give you an answer like that, my friend.
what do you
You're
mean?
talking
I mean, if there's evidence that they molested their kid, well then
okay,
their
so do they
parents are
have
wrong.
mental health issues? Do the parents have mental health issues?
I mean, yeah, if you're trying to molest your own
Okay.
child or any child,
So
but
let
you're
me
clearly
ask you
like
this.
mentally ill.
Sir, I'm not saying the crime that happened is okay, but what I'm saying
Can I
is
just say
when a
something guys,
ment
after you?
yeah,
After you,
when
after you.
when a mentally ill person commits a crime such as the R word, what makes you think that they would never commit it in the first place? They're gonna do some nonsense one way or another, whether it's the R word or whether it's offing somebody, right, unliving somebody. So if people are willing to unlive people, what makes you think that their thinking capacity would show them to do otherwise?
Right,
Well,
it's not
first of
about
all,
That's
Jay,
why that's why
Jay,
my yeah. Go ahead.
first of all, right, forgiveness is it's first of all, forgiveness has many strands to it, and it is ultimately for the person who was hurt, right? It is first of all, it's a
Yes.
release of the trauma.
There you go.
It's
Yep.
a release of it's also it's an act of self-love, because it's like it's first of all, to forgive someone, you first of all have to not blame yourself, because a lot of people who have been hurt blame themselves first, and then they see that they were wronged, and that makes them angry, and then they forgive because they look at the other person and they see that they have these abilities or inabilities that aren't their fault. They have characteristics that aren't their fault. So
Yeah.
it's for yourself that you forgive others, but it's also beneficial to society. So there are, what I'm saying, there's strands to it. So it's beneficial to you first of all as a person who was hurt. It's beneficial to the person that did it to you, because I suppose you're kind of recognizing that it would be outside of the bounds of reasonableness to be too harsh on them when they weren't in control,
Mm-mm.
perhaps, or they weren't insane. They were literally insane. But thirdly, I think it's beneficial for society. There is a lot of merit in that an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Now, it isn't
Yep.
easy, but I do see some people who are able to forgive.
It leaves
Like,
one person with one eye.
sorry.
By that logic, it leaves one person with one eye.
Well, yeah, but
I don't buy
I
any
see
of
what you
that.
mean. That we want the last one standing with the one eye. Yeah. So what did you say, Divine?
I said the first thing you need to do is forgive yourself, because when in the whole thing, in the whole act of it, you're sitting there and you keep saying to yourself, so what did I do for this to be happening? Why was I just sitting there reading a book and next thing this is happening? What is it that I did? So you have to forgive yourself for actually being in that situation in the first place. You don't necessarily have to forgive the other people, but it would be in your highest and best to try to do so. But in the end, you realize they were just messed up beyond ridiculousness, and that they'll be dealt with. Excuse me. They'll be dealt with in another manner, in maybe some other situation.
Isn't that what he said, though? That
I'd
sounds
like to
like
chime in
a
on this forgiveness thing. Just
Yeah.
a couple of points that were said. D&W, you said that forgiveness
My internet cut
benefits.
out, so I didn't hear all of it. So
Okay, no problem. Go on, you have dogs.
Sorry. I was just saying just a couple of things I want to respond there. D&W, you said that forgiveness benefits the people who are responsible for inflicting whatever was inflicted. Excuse me. I don't think that's never been a part of my equation anyway. I don't really care whether it benefits them or not. They did that, so fuck them, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
I
think
the
it
other
depends
point
on the gravity of the thing as well.
Well, I think this is one of my problems with forgiveness. It makes victims feel like they owe their abuser something. They owe their abuser something. And that's
that depends on.
I think it's how it's set
that
up.
depends.
Thanks.
That
I'm just going to keep on
depends.
talking because I haven't finished. Thanks very much.
Go ahead.
So that's the first thing. And then Divine, you said that it's important to forgive yourself for being in that situation. No, I don't think that's appropriate in every situation either, because there's nothing to forgive. If you're a child and an adult does something to you, the child has no reason to forgive him or herself. Not at all.
So you raised some very. Were you going to make another point?
I was just going to say this is why I don't. I really am. I think I am anti-forgiveness. But then a false dichotomy comes in. People think, well, you either forgive or you harbor hatred. That's not that's a false dichotomy.
I mean, you have dogs. You raised some interesting points there. And first of all, what I will say is I believe there is levels in terms of gravity. Like, it is true that some people, when they do certain things, they're definitely beyond the pale. And I think that for those people, I hate to say anyone is irredeemable, but certain things they've done, it does appear that they're absolutely batshit crazy, insane. And even if you forgive them, they're just so gone. That I don't think...
even if it's not like maybe it's just a typical parent fucked up once. Yeah, that every parent, of course, or whatever. But that still doesn't mean the child owes them anything. It's up to
right.
It's on
Yeah.
It's on the parent to say,
I get you.
It's not necessarily about owing anybody.
Thank you. 1 second.
Yeah.
What I will say is a thought came to my mind that this is brutal, but it's like you might come to a place in life where you realize there's nothing there, as in like something happened, right? But you forgive it. There's nothing in that person to communicate to, because it's like it's a bit like this determinism thing. They did it. You don't have to. It's like there's nothing to communicate to.
Determinism, that point is actually very interesting, because that's one of the ways I was able to work through stuff, because I kind of got myself into a headspace where I thought, okay, if I was that person and I was raised the way they were and I had all the same experiences, I would have done exactly the same things.
Yeah.
And that's what really, that kind of put me in a different headspace.
That's a mature way to look at it.
I can't. Yeah, that's exactly the way I see things. But the thing is, it's almost like, I can't put this into words, but it's like, you know the way when you have a thought and it makes sense in your head, but then you try to communicate it, it's like, how the fuck do I say this? But it's something about, maybe you guys might get an inkling to what I'm saying. There's nothing there. There's nothing there to communicate to.
Right.
I don't know what that means.
I understand completely on regard to that.
Well, you're attaching. So here's what I got to say to it, right? And I think we were talking about this the other day. The thing about forgiving is, and I want to say this point because I didn't get a chance to say it. Your dog is saying it like it seems like they're entitled. I get it. I remember in school, sometimes the teacher would force me to apologize, and it wasn't genuine, and they're like, "Oh, actually mean it," and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm sorry," and they could see I wasn't genuine, and they're like trying to force you to be genuine. And I'm not going to sit here and explain and say it was the other kid's fault. That's why I pushed them down the stairs. Like, that doesn't matter, right? But I know what your dog's saying, right? But I'm not referring to those moments. I'm just saying, in general, if you don't forgive somebody, right, now that is part of your life. Now, I get it. We could sit here and talk about different levels of this. But I'm talking on a moderate level. If you don't forgive, then you're not going to move on. That means you're going to hold on to that up until you're 80 or 90 or whenever the hell you die.
I don't forgive and I've moved on, so that doesn't work.
No, that doesn't make any sense. How can you not forgive and move on? That's a contradictory in itself.
It's a paradox, not a contradiction.
I think you have dogs. You have forgiven, but you haven't communicated it. Is there?
No, not forgiven. It's more like I said. I think that what I just said about
you've accepted.
Yeah, I've accepted it.
Okay,
but
let me ask him this. So you just said you haven't moved on, right?
No, I said I have moved on. I don't forgive, and I have moved on.
Okay. So you've moved on, but you do forgive. Now
I don't forgive, and I have moved on.
And you have moved on. I understand. Now let's say I ignite a certain thing that you've moved on from, and now you're remembering that you don't forgive for that. So did you really move on? Because now you're remembering it, and you remember that you don't forgive that person. So did you really move on then?
I'm doing fine, mate. I'm doing.
I asked a very specific question, my friend. You're ducking.
Like
You're ducking the question, bro.
The realization that I didn't need to forgive was a major turning point in my healing.
Okay, that's not answering my question. I asked you. You just said that you don't forgive, but you move on, right? And what I just said is, if I can sit here and get you to remember a time when somebody pissed you off and you don't forgive them for that, now you're going to remember it. Well, you didn't move on because now you remember that you don't forgive them. So how did you move on?
So are you trying to say that because we have memory as a species, we don't move on?
The fact that
Sanctuary, hold on a second.
Go ahead.
There is this thing, right, called self-control, and you may not forgive the person, but you can carry yourself in a way. So if it's brought up, you can tamper down the emotions as a person.
That's right. I mentioned this the other day.
That's how I am with a lot of things in life.
Yeah,
and I just accept that some people are assholes and there's nothing I can do about it. And when it comes up, I just said, yeah, that happened, or this happens, or they're like that. It is what it is. It's shit, but that's it. It's not. I don't have to attach my emotions to it.
That's right.
I can look at other parts of the world, my life, my experience, other people, and just move on from those kinds of people. Yes, it might come into my zone of awareness sometimes because I'm reminded or I meet them or whatever. But the point is, it's up to me how I react. And you don't necessarily have to forgive them. You can be aware. By the way, I do agree this is a very contentious issue because sometimes forgiveness, it doesn't forgiveness is just a word. And you forgive someone, right? You know, have you ever heard that expression, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on, shame on me.
Yeah.
But it is a bit like that, you know.
Yeah.
What is, you can forgive someone, they can still be an arsehole. What does it matter whether you forgive them or not? I mean, I suppose it's whether you want them in your life or not, isn't it? If you want them in your life, okay. Then
well, with regards to what Sanctuary just was asking me, you know, if he was to, I don't know, trigger some memory. I mean, I raised this in the last time we had this discussion. There is no such thing as healing. The goal is that over time, those memories don't overwhelm you as much. So you can say what you like. I'll guarantee you that, yeah, sure, you might make me feel a little bit queasy maybe, but it's not going to overwhelm me. And and as far as I'm concerned, some nobody on the internet, and I'm a nobody to you, so we're all nobodies to each other. If you said that to me, I'd be like,
you're somebody to me. Doesn't matter that we're on the
I'd
internet.
be like, whatever. It doesn't bother me. It's you know, like there's a healing process, and again, it's only me. I can only speak to my experience. I'm not diagnosing for anybody.
I agree with you. Healing is a way of processing something and making it make sense in some way or other to you and your subjective experience. That's all it is. And also not taking it personally. Now that seems insane, but because it is a very personal thing, it's your experience. But it is your experience, but at the same time, you can't take it too personally, as in what other people do to your experience isn't personal. That sounds insane, but that is. Do you get what I'm saying? It's nothing personal. It's other people. Hell is other people, as Sartre said.
You know, I also think, and I'll add to maybe to your dog's defense. I think it's easier to say a lot of like as far as the stuff I say, it's easier when you're an introvert because you naturally just start your day off by, you know, not messing with people, I don't want to say avoiding people, but you're not going to go out of your way to try and connect with people. You're going to make your goals, your job, you know, your business. I I try not to tell people what I do for a living, but I got my own gig going on with pure fucking freedom. I love it. But I mean, when you do stuff like that and you're kind of minimizing human contact, not because I'm like, antisocial, I'm just introverted in a sense. I guess it's easier said than done from people from my shoes, because it's just naturally like, if someone was a ding dong, it's like, all right, it's all good. I expect you to be a ding dong. I've been seeing how you are anyways. I'll forgive you. I'll move on. I don't ever want to see you again. And so maybe in a sense, I might even be kind of contradicting myself a little bit, because I'm saying I don't want to see them. But I guess it's more when I say forgiving, it's kind of like you're just forgetting the entire person, and you're trying to learn the lesson. You move on. Anybody I've really ever had an issue with, they somehow don't come back into my timeline. I never ever run into them again. That's it. They serve their purpose and they're gone.
We have very different ways of looking at it. See, I think like the forgiveness thing, the way you're talking about it's like people seem to believe forgiveness comes with the baggage of having to stay connected to somebody. I don't think that. There's no need to.
Yeah, if you want to forgive,
you can just walk away from them. You're not obliged to them under any circumstances. This is what I don't like about forgiveness. It comes with all this baggage, and I'm just not a fan. Not a fan at all.
Well, I think, see, you make a good point, but when you start becoming spiritual, then really emotions are like energies, right? So if you don't actually forgive somebody and move on, for example, well, that's still like a negative emotion that's still attached. And we're right now, like, I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I thought the goal is like detachment. We're trying to detach from certain energies and negativities. So I'm saying
detachment is one thing, but I think there's a part as well. Again, you have to be really careful. Like, I think some people interpret detachment as trying to pretend stuff didn't happen, as like a form of denial. I think it's really important to accept and take on board everything, like all your experiences in life.
Learn the lessons.
Learn. I think D&W, you said it a while back, and I've always said the same thing that I recall you saying. It's important to walk through this stuff. Don't walk away from it. You have to walk through it and just basically drown in it, because that's the only way out. The only way out is through.
Yeah.
And I think
absolutely.
a lot of people sort of, when they come to this, I'm going to detach, they feel, I think a lot of people interpret that as, okay, I'm just going to pretend that it doesn't affect me anymore. And another point that reminds me of is that this kind of stuff is it's a lifetime process. Like, I used to, and this is the problem with therapy. Like this is the thing that pisses me off about some of the therapy I went through as in my younger years. I was given the impression that if I did A, B, C, then it would be over and done with and we'd all be cool. But it's not like that. It's actually a lifetime process of every day. It's like a titration. Remember doing titrations in chemistry in school? You just drop a drop of liquid into something and eventually it turns purple. I have no idea what the chemicals were, but everyone hopefully remembers that experiment. And that's kind of what it's like. It's a lifetime process. And I'm quite open about the fact I will never heal. Never. That's not my goal. My goal is simply to make sure as time goes on, I'm not overwhelmed by that stuff like I used to be.
Dogs, hold on a second.
I'll go after you.
You have dogs. That is very true, and I do agree with you. But I will make a dark joke, and this is not true, by the way. But it is true in another kind of way. You never heal; you just get fucked up in a different way. And
that's true.
That's a joke, though. But it is kind of true as well.
It is true. Yeah.
I'll add to that. So your dog, I think you make a very great philosophical point, right? And so all the philosophers would really agree with you in the sense that life isn't here to be solved. It's not a puzzle to be solved, but rather we're here to live life. So I that's where the angle you're coming across from. But I can make an argument, and again, I'm not trying to have an argument going with you, but I can make the argument that if somebody wants to feel the pain, then they are choosing to, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's just part of life, right?
Okay,
But
guys, I'm going to have to bring Yevon in here. And hello to Social Experimentalist, brother. If you want to come on here, do feel free, my friend. And yeah, that would be great. He says he's proof of that. I don't quite know what you were referring to there, brother. And Jay says hello to Danny Shine. Yvonne, what's up, man? What did you want to say, Yvonne?
Oh, just listening to you guys. I miss so much of your discussion. So I'm just letting you guys talk because I don't want to interrupt your mojo.
That's okay. Yeah. Did you learn anything this week in terms of finding Gnosis? Did you find anything about what the hell's going on here?
Not really. I just practicing to let go. That's what I'm trying to do. Letting go of my attachment to everything, since nothing's gonna be with me when I'm gonna die. So yeah.
Social Experiment says that he says he's proof of that. I said what? And he said proof that life is a fucking waste of time. That's how he's feeling at the moment. He says stop fucking people into existence.
Yeah.
The rest is commentary. That's how he's feeling, and Brother Shine is welcome to feel like that at the moment because he's been going through it. So I hope he's doing okay. And
sure.
Yeah.
Some people think there's not enough people to make it better.
But yeah, if anybody else wants to come on, the link is in chat. Sorry, Yvonne.
Wait, I'll be back in a bit. But if you're not on, then it was a pleasure talking to all of you guys. See you.
Okay, Jay.
Just stay on and then don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay, you could have stayed on and just chatted backstage, but yeah.
But I'll tell your dogs this real quick, right? So, but I get what you're saying as far as the not healing part, but there are other people that would disagree with you and say they wanted to heal, and so they have healed and they've moved on. So it's really
that's fine. And
it's up to the person.
I've been very explicitly clear in saying I'm not diagnosing what everyone should do. I'm just saying this worked for me. That's all I'm saying.
Guys, can we bring Marcus into the conversation? I haven't heard enough from Marcus.
Sure.
Yeah.
Brother
so
Marcus.
what I heard is that it's not working, and he forgives. That's what I heard.
What is not working?
I was doing a Jordan Peterson joke. It didn't go well. Never mind.
Sorry, I was reading Social Experimentalist here, telling us to all get neutral.
But I wanted to say this before we end the show. I actually initially joined because Divine was trying to give us all knowledge, and people kept cutting her off. She was going to say something about how a man can regrow his hair if he really wanted to. She didn't get the opportunity. Divine, can you chime in on that if you don't mind?
He wants to know how he can regrow his hair. That's the Gnosis he wants this week, yeah.
What happened to Divine?
She left. That's top tier.
Big hair one.
That's top tier secret esoteric knowledge, brother.
Oh my god!
You have to earn that shit.
No, she was gonna say it, and then people were over talking her on here.
Ah, shit. Okay. Well, we'll wait for her to come back. We'll wait for Jay. Okay. Anybody else want to come on? But I will end the show in the next few minutes.
Like a social experiment. He says, "F your stupid hair." Okay, DNW. You might not care, but I care. That's why I literally hopped on here.
We love social experimentalists, and yeah, get over it, son. Get over it. Yeah. So Divine is coming back.
You know, DNW, did you ever think of doing, like, they were clowning it, but did you ever think of doing the comb hair thingy?
Brother. Social Experiment says he loves us too. Loves me too. We love you, brother. One of the best. So what did you say there, Sanctuary?
No, I just asked you, did you ever think of doing the hair comb thingy?
What's that?
You guys somebody was clowning it on here earlier. They said,
you mean comb over?
The comb over. You know, when you go, They glue it on you. They glue like a head of hair on top of you.
Well, that's toupee.
I'm not that bald. I'm not that bald, brother. I've just got thinning. It's going a bit thin. That's all. It's not.
Oh, it's just thinning. Okay.
I thought hair getting glued was extensions.
Well, it kind of is like that. But yeah, Divine's back. Divine, did you catch my question?
I did, but I figured that the people who wanted to hear it would ask, and the ones who don't, then they don't need the answer.
I do. I don't know if I shared with you about my head of hair, but I do.
Okay, we'll chat later then. This, we've got other more important things to hash out.
Like what?
The juice of 2 crab apples on the full moon in June.
I was going to say, get a steak and then rub some pepper on it, and then use the loins of a bull.
I need all the advice I can get, man.
No, the only reason why I know that I'm an expert is because I had too much antimony and too much manganese in my water, and it caused me to lose my hair in 2015. It was growing in like scraggly, and I had long hair to my waist at the time, and it just started falling out in clumps, but no one knew why. I kept going to the doctor and no one knew why. Well, I said, well, if no one knows why, I'm going to figure out why. I'm an herbologist. I'm an aromatherapist. Why can't I figure it out? Well, now I've come up with a concoction that I have sitting right here, and I know what to use for each level of whatever it is that's happening. That's the only reason why I'm even involved in this conversation, is because I actually know how to grow hair back, and I know how to thicken the hair and keep it in condition so that you keep it for your whole life. That's my dissertation on that. And next subject.
There you go. Divine the medicine woman. Okay, guys.
Exactly. That's what it is.
Guys, I'm going to end the live show. Anybody who wants to come on now, the next couple of minutes, the live chat can happen backstage. But the actual stream is going to end. The stream is going to end. So it was nice to have you all with us. Thank you so much. It was a good one. And I enjoyed it, actually. Even though we didn't find Gnosis, but we tried our best, We're
probably getting further away from Gnosis with it.
Yeah. Yes, that's Sod's law. Okay, guys, I'm going to click the end stream. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. It was a fun one, so take care. And thank you, Social Experimentalists, for joining us. Hope you're well, mate. Well, there you go. All right, I'm clicking end stream.